I forget what session number we're up to right now. Like,
17.
yeah, I think something like that. Does anybody want to give a recap?
We were captured by Delise de Kunderek and taken into prison. We broke out of said prison, um, which
with some
took
assistance.
with some assistance. Yeah, there was a rat that was had a leather thong tied around its neck that had a note that basically said something along the lines of, they're risking their neck to help us create a distraction for the guards and uh, when the doors open.
Although it came to
Then,
Pebble first, who can't read, so he didn't realize any of that.
yeah. And
Yeah,
Elsa,
the note
oh,
may have been poorly written because the concept in my head was create a distraction so that I could open the locks, which turned into, okay, wait for the locks to open and then we'll distract the guards.
it was it was ambiguous. It was obviously scrawled very quickly and and by that, but it gave us a name, Sabius Vereen, I think. Yeah,
Yes.
Sabius Vereen at the King of Fire in Sharn as to go talk to them um, when we get out. So we made it out. Be the rat. I wasn't trying to talk to it. It was a familiar. It was not a real rat because Elson tried to speak with animals to chat with it, and it didn't understand him, or at least it couldn't talk back, but it understood what Elson was saying. We fought the guards, made it out. There was a kind of a lever behind the shelf, like one of the bookshelves in the room across the way that we pulled open and pulled the lever to open a secret door. We left one of the guards alive.
One
Um,
ran off, but you left one of the former caravan guards was left alive and covered himself in blood and was pretending to be knocked out.
yes, they were being cooperative.
We said, hey, be ready because might be some shit that you might need to protect some people for. But for all we know, the whole night of it was us. Us escaping the fucking prison was the whole event.
Probably.
For all we know.
Oh yeah, and we tried to warn Delise de Kunderak about, the something bad was happening. She didn't believe us. That guy didn't necessarily believe us. He thought we were the bad thing that was happening. Um, we left. When we left we went down the tunnel. We heard them chasing us. And they were like behind us. We heard dogs barking. We got out, and there was like a latch door. Um, we Once we got out and closed the latch door, Elzen had one of his two scrolls of arcane lock that he got from Delise de Kunderek. So used one of that to buy us some more time. We headed into the forest, I think. Um, and we
For
had
dogs, they were searching for us or whatever.
Yeah, it was like muddy. I don't remember all the details, but I know we ended where it was like kind of like it was misting and foggy and kind of an
We
eerie.
Something drew our
Right,
attention and we followed it.
right.
I don't
So
remember what it was. An
you
animal actually.
emerged, right. You locked the door behind you to cut off pursuit from the people who were coming down the tunnel. You made your way. So this is a pretty arid region. There's not a lot of plants and usually not a lot of rain, but it was muddy. As you were making your way a greater distance from Black Pit itself, uh, you came across the spirit of Paelius, who appeared in front of you.
Oh, that's right.
And
Who Pebble annoyed into going back into his non-existence.
Death
Trying
was
to help you.
preferable to talking to
He was
Pebble,
trying to fucking help.
but he led you down a sort of side path, a crevasse between you entered by going between two boulders. You then each took some actions to try to, because there were other guards who left who didn't come down the tunnel, who were also searching for you, but oh, that's true. At one point, Lee did sort of fly up and see that there was a lot of activity in the keep as the guards prepared to leave Black Pit to start searching for you. But Paelius sort of led you down a side path. It became so as you went, you started to see more and more trees around you. There's not a lot of forest around here. In fact, you didn't see many trees at all on your way in, but you did manage to find yourself in what seemed to be a small forest. As you were traveling, the ground continued to be pretty muddy, and the forest sort of enveloped you completely. At this point, you had thrown your pursuers. Uh, Paelius, at one point, while Pebble was pestering him, began to grip his head and then turned and looked like he was trying to speak to you. But then his hands went to his throat and he started coughing up water, and that's when he disappeared. So he didn't actually get out any words, so it's not clear what he was trying to say. But Pebble, it's almost like Pebble shook him out of a daze eventually, and he tried to respond to Pebble, but couldn't get the words out. As you continued walking, you began to see shadows among the trees, which themselves seemed almost ghostly, as when you try to focus on any one of them, it seems to disappear. But still, this sort of black forest looms around you in your peripheral vision. These shadowy figures seem to be replaying scenes from your attack on the caravan, and in particular, Pebbles throwing the first guard off the bridge, where you watch as he sort of plummets and cracks his head against a rock and then slowly sinks into the depths, with the point of view following that guy rather than staying with what you remember. You're still walking. It's deep into the night and mostly cloudy overhead, so there's only sort of the dim glow of the moons through the clouds above you as you walk through this increasingly damp forest.
It's the time.
You're not sure exactly, but you would guess it's got to be 4 or 5 in the morning.
You said
Molly,
increasingly damp?
Yes. I mean, there is a
Oh,
fog. A fog has rolled in, uh, so that it sort of limits your vision much beyond 60 feet. And maybe it's the fog that's causing everything to feel wet, but you can hear the squelching of your boots as you walk through the mud.
Elzin's gonna he's gonna be he summons pulls he reaches towards the ground and pulls out uh Hysterius Angus and is using it to help as a walking stick in the mud.
I see.
Thank you.
um, we're gonna have to stop and rest at some point.
This is not the place to rest. There's, there is no laying down here. We need to find a spot that is dry.
Yeah, let's do that.
But I agree. I am very tired.
So as you continue to walk looking for a dry spot, Lee, give me a wisdom save.
Okay. 11.
So roll me a d20. So, Lee, you just begin to start babbling. You're not aware that you're doing it, but
Okay.
it's gibberish. And when you look at Lee, you all see that there is a shadow just like 1 foot behind him. It looks almost like Lee's shadow, but the edges of it are indistinct.
Do we hear Lee speaking
Y-
gibberish?
Oh yeah, he's audibly speaking gibberish. And you take 2 psychic damage, Lee. And you're sure these are the same shadows you're seeing off in the trees that are reenacting the attack on the caravan.
You need to get out of this fog.
Dad, what's up behind me?
What?
What's up behind me?
Something we don't want. Can we? I'll just like kind of go over towards it and see if I can like poke it.
Uh, so what are you poking it with?
My glaive.
Okay. So when you poke into it, it's almost like you're poking through molasses. Like there's definitely resistance, but it's not exactly corporeal.
I see.
And as you do it, you see its head, although it's basically mimicking the walk of Lee in front of it. What you imagine is its head turns, and while you don't see any features for the most part, you do begin to see among in and among the shadows, there is a very unusually, unnaturally broad smile if it were a humanoid as it stares at you.
Got it.
That's
Uh,
pretty creepy.
well, I think your shadow's cursed here. Let's look at my own shadow.
So it's pretty dark. So I assume, in fact, it's so dark you probably can't see. So I don't know, is Lee carrying his torch?
Uh, I don't have dark vision. So yeah, I would be carrying my ever burning torch so I could see.
Yeah, that's what I would have imagined. So looking at your own shadow, it seems to be normal.
Okay.
Hey, what are you saying? Why are you saying those weird things?
What do you mean? What weird thing? Am I talking to myself again? Out loud? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, at the moment, as you try to talk, you can hear them and understand them, but when you try to talk, none of you can understand what Lee is saying. It's all it's
Charlie
all
Brown teacher.
incoherent, right?
Stop.
Yeah, see, I just don't understand what you're saying.
You just sound like a normal, like a little bird now.
Actually, I'm gonna Lee or not Lee. Elzen is gonna attempt to form a psychic connection with Lee, using the awakened mind feat or ability. So uh Lee, you hear Elzen's voice kind of in your head through this telepathic connection. Like we have that with our crystals. Um, but this would be like through a separate entity.
So
Don't even
first,
have to actually speak aloud for this.
Elzen, as you touch the mind of Lee, make me a wisdom save.
Well, this might be all right. It's not all right. I'm gonna use an action point. That's better.
Wow, it's rolled doubles every single roll. My rolls double.
The
So
harmony is broken.
as you touch Lee's mind, you begin to feel a different presence within it. Um, and it immediately lashes out at you, but you're able to shield your mind enough to not have it infect you as well. But you can see that it is essentially selecting the words that come out of Lee's mouth.
Okay. Uh, am I Lee? Lee, can you hear me?
Can I hear him now or no?
Yes, you can hear him.
Well, yeah, I could hear you all before.
When you are saying whatever you are saying, there's something that is interfering with this coming out of your mouth. We cannot understand you. You have been cursed by
Do
something.
I need to enunciate? Uh, I think I guess we're communicating psychically. So, well,
Yeah.
maybe it's this crystal or something. Could be it's this crystal that's causing interference.
There is your shadow is taken on a form.
I turn around to look to see if something's behind me.
Uh, so I assume you like hold the torch out and then look over your shoulder.
Yeah, well, after the first time, after I like spin around and oh
Yeah.
wait, that
It
doesn't
would
work.
be, yeah, it would be funnier if you turn around with the torch looking for your
Yep,
shadow.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Why?
When you do that behind you, you do see a physical version of your shadow that appears to be hovering in the air behind you. Uh, it also has an arm outstretched and seems to be looking over its shoulder.
Oh, that's interesting.
Whatever that is affecting your ability to communicate.
Hmm.
And you see it turns its head back and it has that unnaturally broad smile that it's now staring at you with. And make me another wisdom save.
I was about to say, I think I'm going to start lighting another torch.
Let me use an action point because that let's see. I only get advantage if I'm raging, so all right. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, we see where the trend is going.
Oh. So you take two more psychic damage. And at this moment, you are back in the ravine fighting the caravan guards, which
Okay.
are the other three people here.
Okay.
So
All right.
figure out which one of these people you're attacking and how you would do it.
Okay. Uh,
And Elzin, make me a perception or insight check. Probably an insight check, I guess.
Um, that would be better for me.
Uh, so you are aware that this, whatever this spirit is that is possessing Lee, is now sort of causing him to perceive himself to be in combat with the other three of you,
Okay.
and that Lee perceives you to be these dwarven guards. Strangely, though, Lee, you think you kind of know these guards, like by name, which you didn't in the actual fight. Still, you're attacking them.
I'm going to go up to Pebble. So if I say anything to him, is it just gonna be gibberish?
Yes.
Okay, so I just like, well, I guess would Elzin hear what I'm saying in my mind, or no? Is it too we getting?
Elzin could still telepathically speak to you.
Okay. So I say something to a Pebble, and I go to grab him to pick him up.
Pebble allows you to grab him.
It's a hug.
Do it.
I imagine Pebble's excited. He's like, "Oh, they're coming to me for hugs now."
Might I gain an insight as maybe I catch that he's gone into a sort of hostile sort
You
of
could give me, you and Pebble could give me an insight check. It's a little harder for you, but it's possible. Yeah, that's enough. You realize you don't know the specifics, but you're sure that Lee is
attacking.
not trying to hug Pebble.
Yeah, so I'll whenever I can attempt to sort of break him off.
That's about right.
Hugs!
Oh, okay. I guess we got hooked now. That's cool.
Like, whoa!
So what is Lee going to do to
I'm gonna
Pebble?
fly up and go about 30 feet and look down and see the water and drop him. Because that's what I did in the fight at the with the carriage. I'm sure there's not
So
water there; it's solid ground, but that's what I see.
so both Lee and Thaldarin roll me initiative to see if Thaldarin can intervene before this happens.
Pebble's like, please.
Yeah, now I roll high.
I think Elzen would try to shoot, would also try to get off
You can,
an Eldritch blast at the shadow.
okay, you can roll initiative as well.
Jesus.
Look, the gods clearly want this to happen. So, Lee, you take Pebble 30 feet up. Pebble might as well roll initiative too, see.
I would guess that I could it would take me another turn before I could get to the ravine.
I mean, if you want to double move.
Oh yeah, you're right. I could double move. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
No, you had to, that's true. You technically had to grapple him first.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so,
Okay.
so next turn.
Right.
So you're about 30 feet up, Pebble, in the clutches of
Well,
Lee.
would it be a grapple if I'm like allowing it?
Yeah.
I would still say yes to give people a chance to do something.
I'm interested to see what happens if it happens. So
How hard is Pebble hugging? Should he grapple back?
Counter grapple.
Like, ooh, I'm
So,
flying again, and you're just hanging on, as far as you know.
so yeah, Pebble is just allowing this to happen. Thaldarin, what are you going to do now that Lee's in the air?
He went straight up 30 feet or whatever. He went
Yep.
30 feet, right? Um, I sort
well, you
of
would have went 50 feet.
what's his
Yeah,
movement speed?
50 flying.
Oh my God.
But technically he's grappling, so 25.
Okay.
Right, right. Good. Thank fuck. Yeah, so I sort of crouch low, legs tense up, and then I spring into the air with incredible speed as I launch myself up. And I attempt to grab Pebble and snatch Pebble away from Lee.
So
Group
Pebble, you
hug.
see, yeah, group hug.
I say, Pebble, let go. I don't know
So
what sort of check is going to be necessary here.
Right. So you are leaping into the air. You could make either an acrobatics or athletics check to see if you can also grapple Pebble. I
Okay.
assume Pebble's not resisting, but it's just, making the sort of leap into the air and grabbing him. So the DC's relatively low,
All right.
just 10. I think the DC should be.
We'll do an athletics. Yeah, we're good.
Right. So you've now grappled Pebble. How much weight can Lee actually carry and still fly?
That's a good question. Okay. I can't imagine that with Pebble and Thought. I can't imagine I can carry both of them.
Right. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, that's way too much weight.
So the three of you, as soon as Valderin grabs on as well, the three of you come falling down the 25 feet. Thalderin, I assume your ability means you don't take damage at the end of your leap.
Yeah, I will. I'll post it here just to be sure.
So I would say that Thalderin lands safely, but you other two take 9 bludgeoning damage as you smack into the ground.
You mean I'm not holding on to Pebble?
I mean, you are, but since your normal ability would allow you to leap that high and land anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I would assume it would allow you to land relatively safely, even though the three of you are falling together. You were going to
Okay.
fall either way.
I couldn't. I couldn't save some amount of damage from Pebble.
Uh, you might be able to if you want to take that damage yourself.
Um, I don't remember if the last fight and how much Pebble got beat up.
I'm at 23 hit points out of 33.
Okay, pretty close to mine. Uh, I will take it.
Okay. So, Pebble, you land on Thalderin.
I
And that
like to
damage
imagine
is
I just like land and like my legs are like a little shaken because I'm fucking holding this giant angle.
that damage is enough for Lee. You come back to your senses. You're no longer in the ravine. You're laying prone in the mud in the middle of this dark forest.
Meanwhile, Pebble is saying, "Again, again."
I set you down like that hurts. Woof. Like rubbing
Oh,
my thighs.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that hurt. But that was really
It,
fun.
I agree. How you doing over there, Lee?
What happened?
Is he speaking normal?
Yeah, he's speaking normally now.
Okay. Man, you
Though
were
all of you hear a whispering voice coming from the trees that says, "Pay what you owe."
let me
Oh
finish
yeah.
lighting this torch. I'm gonna light
What are
another
we
torch. Let's get
what are
some
we
more
doing
light.
in the mud?
You were a bit crazy.
He wasn't crazy. He was being fun.
I, he was trying to kill you.
No. You taking me for a ride.
To
He
what?
saw how much fun I had at that circus, so he just tried to do it for me.
Did you see the thing in his shadow?
Yeah,
Got it's got to be it, right?
but that was just a shadow.
I just look
We all
over to
got
Elzen,
shadows.
right? It's got to be the thing in the shadow.
Is his shadow still
It's like try and see.
is his shadow still standing?
His shadow seems to be normal once again.
Okay.
Okay.
Check your shadows.
Elzen speaks up. What do we owe?
You hear nothing back.
Fucking ghosts. Don't listen to anything they say.
I have a feeling they are referring to a certain cargo that was taken,
No.
but it would be reckless to leave such a thing in the middle of the forest.
That cannot possibly be it. We don't have it.
What else would you owe?
They're ghosts. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Wait, they're a ghost?
Probably. Tell me what besides a ghost could do that.
I
Hey,
don't
Molly?
know. What's a
Molly?
ghost?
Now falter and make me a wisdom save.
Molly's not responded.
No, there's been no response.
Pay attention, asshole. Wisdom save?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. Oh my god. Of course it was the 11. Um,
Sticking with the 11.
no. Like everybody else, I'm gonna use my fucking action points to attempt to roll again. Okay, here we go. Wisdom save. Come on. Oh my god, why is it always? I'm just gonna take the 12. Maybe it's good enough.
So let me just
It's not.
whisper this to you. Oops.
Oh my gosh, shit! I've made them mad.
Well, that didn't go to you. I just sent a message to the "You Are Here" flag
Do you think he read it?
because it's still I typed falter and it still thinks you're Pyelius. There, now you should have gotten it. No,
Nope.
try this again. All right. How about now?
No, let me refresh. Maybe it's my shit here.
I can just send it over Zoom, assuming I can figure out their new system.
Like new chat or something.
Oh, now it's trying to make my whole message the two line.
I got it. Okay. Um, I guess I just yell, "Shh, retreat!" And I just start running.
You yell
What?
retreat, and then you start running.
Yeah, I just run away from you guys.
You
Uh,
notice he has a bit of a sort of waddling gait to him that you haven't seen before.
do we see like a shadow, or is the shadow acting funny?
I have a
He
torch.
does he does have one of those more physical shadows that seems to be following him, standing upright.
Alzen's
Him-
gonna shoot it with an Eldritch Blast.
So so this is interesting because it's not entirely physical and it is essentially right behind him. So, but roll to
Excellent.
hit. Just saying you don't want to crit because your Eldritch Blast could go through the shadow, and through the shadow is Thaldrin.
What's going on here? All right, I'll just do this. Wow. You have to roll max damage too.
So, I mean, I meant to say you should like critically fumble it.
Oh,
But your Eldritch Blast does manage to hit the shadow, and you see the shadow begins to dissipate, though Thaldrin at the moment is still running.
So Thaldrin is a new dude that Pebble doesn't really know. So he's gonna be like, that guy kind of weird.
Yeah, and he was talking all kinds of nonsense.
ah, Thaldrin, Thaldrin, come back here. And like Alzen tries to chase after him, short, stubby legs and all, running through muck.
Yeah, so you find he's not much faster than Elzen as he runs in his waddling gait, but he is able to stay ahead of you.
What do I hear?
It's
Anything?
Yeah. I would whisper this to you, but I'll just send it to you again in Zoom.
Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
All right.
I guess
I'm
if
still running.
I guess maybe or what Elzen would try to do is he's running with his staff and he's like, huh, stop it. You're being possessed. And he might would try to he would like put slam his staff on the ground and try to and then raise an outcropping. Well, I guess it has to, I guess I thought it was like I could have it be targeted, but it's within 5 feet. So never mind. He would not do that because then he'd have to like raise it in front of him and then send it towards him, which is not what he wanted to do. Um, I guess he just keeps running then.
Why are you shooting at him?
So at the end of this round, Lee and Pebble, you see Elzin and Thaldarin have both run off into the fog. They are beyond 60 feet away from you, so you can no longer see them, though you can hear the running.
I do
And
have a
you hear,
torch.
right.
Things are getting weird, Lily.
Yeah, they are.
Well, do we go follow?
Yes, let's go find them. Take out my torch, grab Pebble's hand, and we'll go trekking into the fog.
Pebbles thinks that it's just a kind gesture and not a way of not getting separated from each other.
So, Thaldarin, make me another wisdom save.
Ready. Yeah, that's better. Hopefully.
Uh, so now you realize that you're just running away from Elzin and the group, and you're no longer frightened of them.
I come to a skidding halt through the mud. Shake my head. We got to get out of this damn fog. Looking back at Elson.
You have come to your senses.
Weird, man. Messes with your head.
Let's
It's not
get
fun. Yeah, we need to get the hell out of here. Where are we?
So right now you are just in the middle of these woods. You don't really see a path around you anymore. Um, Again, these woods, they're not even made up of actual physical trees. It's almost like the shadows of trees or illusions of trees that seem to vanish when you try to focus on them. Still around you, you can see scenes of the caravan attack. Even Elzin can see them, and he wasn't really there for the caravan attack.
Do we have um can we see like the our footprints in the mud?
Yes.
Okay.
Follow those back.
So follow those back.
Like,
Yeah.
clearly, we're in some version of the bite, right? We have to be.
So it doesn't look like the bite. It just looks like fog. You
It's what the
could
bite it's
you
what the
could
bite would
believe,
want you to say.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
So as you trace your steps back, you come across Lee and Pebble holding hands.
Buddy system. Nice.
Mhm.
We need to get the hell out of here. Ropes together might be useful to prevent like something like that from happening. We just have to be careful because messes with your mind, might start hitting somebody.
What did you run off for?
You're muted,
Muted
Mike.
Mike.
Didn't we already tie up and use all the rope?
Did we?
I don't know if you used all your rope. You have
have
tied yourselves together before.
I have 50 feet of rope still.
Oh, probably you do because and not Paelius.
Right.
Right. Also, help me put my armor on just in case.
How do you want me to help with that?
just just in the general sense so that we could speed the process up and not take 10 minutes on it.
Just in the general sense of what? What should I do?
I looked at Elzen and Lee.
Takes 20 minutes with Pebble's help.
Hmm.
I I have got nothing.
It's fine. I just hoping to. I'm just putting the armor on, and as fast as possible by enlisting people who know what they're doing to help. That's all.
Hearing no volunteers.
Well, I mean, if yeah, I will help him if he needs help.
I'm pretty sure there's like a mechanical advantage instead of like 10 minutes. Like it takes some minutes off of donning heavy armor.
Alden
Right. So
has
you
a strength modifier of -2, so
It's not.
he
That's not
might just
necessary. You can tighten straps.
I mean, this is why
Yeah.
first edition fighters had followers as part of their
Yes.
part of their
Yeah.
kit.
Yeah.
so it takes you about 5 minutes, but you get your armor on.
Perfect.
All the while, you all hear a sort of murmuring, indistinct whispering coming from the woods around you.
We should all light torches, right?
Do you all have torches?
I mean, I have others. I have more in my
Nah,
bag.
I don't need a torch.
And then Pebble just holds up a finger and a ball of blue flame it holds steady above it.
Beautiful.
I could use a torch.
Yeah. I'll light a second one.
Holds it aloft.
What do you think these things want?
They're ghosts. It's nothing helpful. Or there's something akin to ghosts. They try and I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're wanting. Bringing up
No.
recent events, but that only we know about.
Pebble, make me a wisdom save.
Pebble surely has advantage.
What say you, Pebble the Wise?
For no mind Nobody can change the mind of Pebble.
Pebble, you fall unconscious. And as you land on the ground, you all see water begins to just pour out of Pebble's mouth.
What is this?
Can he
I
can he
guess
breathe?
it's coming out. I'm just like, hey, wake up.
Yeah, Alden
He,
would run
he's just
over.
become he's become a comatose decanter of endless water.
Alden would at least like run over to him and attempt to like push him onto his side so that he is at least vomiting water, not on himself.
So you roll him onto his side, and he's now spewing water out in like short coughing bursts.
The water hot or cold?
It's cold. After a minute, it stops, but he remains unconscious.
Hmm.
For the most part, it seems to run its course. We just
Now I
gotta get
can't
out of here.
move.
I'll keep trying to wake him.
So he seems to be completely unconscious. So shaking him is not waking him up.
Hmm.
And some smelling salts.
Hmm.
And in the woods, the three of you who are still conscious hear, he stole my breath.
So you're saying you're breathless?
You hear no response.
How did he steal your breath?
Like it's gonna respond.
Yeah, you hear no response
Clearly,
to
it's
your
not smart
questions.
enough. It's not smart enough to come out here and talk to us. Could do weird threats from the shadows.
Hmm. Paelius stole his breath too. Because Paelius had the same fate, or at least the ghost of Paelius. This is very interesting.
So what are people doing, or what is Thaldrin doing to try to wake Pebble up?
I don't know.
Gonna try to tickle Pebble, see if he wakes up.
Effective. Good move.
You know what? I will give Pebble another wisdom save. Even the tickling does not wake
Oh
Pebble up.
man.
His foot only wags a couple of times and then stops.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Like, it's a good try. You almost did it. Um, can we set up a kind of sled to drag him?
I have
I
some rope.
mean,
I mean,
A
you don't need a
cart?
sled. Just put him on his belly.
Oh my
Yeah.
He
God, yeah.
slides.
We need like a bridle, like a horse bridle, but for you, so that we can pull you.
We could like move him onto his belly and then have like a like we'll use Elden's staff to kind of push us along, kind of like a one of those swamp boats that uses the poles to kind of move around.
Well, we'll use some rope to sort of bring it up under his chin so that his face isn't like dragging below him, Keep his face out of the mud.
Is he still wearing that crown?
No, he gave the crown away to the hermit lady, Karsak.
Oh, okay. Hmm. So Pebble, wake up. The circus needs you.
So after 4 minutes, Pebble does wake up again and seems perfectly fine.
Well,
Do they
it's
re-
apparent. Go ahead.
do they remember being like any do they remember like being out, or do you remember not being out but
So yeah, I'm
upright
not
up
not sure if Mike can hear us or not.
Sorry, yeah, I was just having to deal with the dog.
No problem. So Pebble, you wake up, you're laying on the ground on your belly. Did you actually begin to like drag him?
We're moving him along. We had to get.
Yeah, we have to keep moving.
Yeah.
Right. So Pebble, so all you distinctly remember for those 4 minutes, the sensation of being underwater and out of air. Although you can hold your breath a long time, you remember drowning.
Ah, eh, where am I?
He's awake.
I can breathe. I can breathe. Ah, 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 ah. What happened? What happened?
Why don't you sit up there, buddy?
Ah, it was so weird. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe.
That's what these ghosts are doing. Mess with your head like that. That's what we're trying to get out of here. Fast as can.
Can you walk now? Or do you need to catch your breath? We can keep pulling you.
I, I, I think I can walk. I think so. Yeah, yeah, I can walk.
And he stumbles up to his feet.
Have we found any amount of dry patches?
Nope. It's all wet around here. So you're still following your footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna exit from where we came in at, I guess, which is technically going to be closer to the place, but hopefully they're gone by now. We're not searching here.
So as you travel backwards along the path, following your footsteps, ahead of you, you see what looks like a stone altar. It looks to be ancient. It wasn't there on your way in, but you see your footsteps seem to stop about 20 feet in front of the altar. And everybody can make me a history check.
Hmm.
I don't know, no
Even Pebble.
history.
Um, that's true. Pebble probably wouldn't know this, but Thalder and Elzin, you can at least recognize that this almost certainly is a Dakani altar from the writings on it, which means, it predates it predates Galifar itself back to the time when the goblins were in charge of this continent. And it looks old enough to be from that era, just a remnant of something that the goblins once had here.
Ah, wow. It is history in the flesh.
Or is it? Of
Ah,
course, seems like we can all see this one.
Yes, you can all see the altar.
it
And
is.
as you turn to look around, you see Pielius behind you with his arm outstretched as he points towards the altar.
Man,
His
I
other
don't
hand
think
is still up at his throat, as
I
if
don't
he's
know.
holding something back.
You've only been getting us haunted till now. Why should we listen to you?
Does everybody see this? That looks like Paelius.
I think he is holding his throat so that he does not suffer the same fate as the last time he let go to try to talk to Pebble.
All I'm saying is we followed this guy into this place.
And of course, Pebble runs right up to Paelius. Barry, it's you. Hey, I just saw you a little bit ago. Where'd you go? Then you did that weird thing where you started throwing up so much water, but then you disappeared. But what happened?
So Pielius he's not much taller than Pebble is, but he hunches down a bit and motions again towards the altar. And as he sort of reaches out to try to touch you, his hand passes through you. Taking his hand off of his throat, though, causes him to begin coughing up water. And his spirit begins to fade as he falls to his knees, still belching water out of his mouth.
We keep killing him.
Barry, what's happening? Wait, why does Barry keep doing that?
It's like we're out of options. Um, I can't make heads or tails of whatever this altar is. Maybe one of you know what this is for, or
Do any of you speak Goblin?
No, not this character.
Is it anything like gnomish?
the
No.
distant cousin.
The dialect.
Yeah, gnomes are basically goblins.
Right.
You know who would have been good for this? Teash Vinan.
Well, I think Paelius might have known Goblin.
It is. This is. I believe this is an artifact from the Decani era, long, long ago. The Goblin Empire that ruled the land. I learned some of it in my schooling.
So are these the spirits that are in these woods then?
They do not seem goblinoid. They seem more fiendish than goblinoid.
All goblins are assholes, aren't they? Everyone that I ever met, they were all pricks. Maybe it's their lot in life. Who knows?
They can be unruly, but that is true of all races.
They're just fighting back against everything, I guess. They're always at the bottom.
They
Well, we
once had a
can't.
continent-spanning empire in this setting.
We weren't alive then. We don't know. We didn't see it.
Teash Vinan knew.
So everybody make me a perception check. So you all notice that the shadowy images of you in the caravan fight are still going, but among the shadows in the trees, you see four of them seem to be approaching you, and don't seem to be a part of the reenactment.
Do they
So,
do they look hostile?
you're not sure, but they look very much like the shadows that were attached to you, mimicking your movements. So you can presume they're hostile.
Elzen gets ready.
We never had a chance for a short rest, right?
Nope.
All right.
Uh, he will just
So
not sure.
everyone roll for initiative.
Is there a map
Yeah,
or a
I'm gonna go
token I
find.
can?
And I have a torch.
That's true. You can should be able to drag a torch onto the screen. And Lee has one as well, so
Yeah.
so you see these shadows come flying over in your direction. And let's see. So Thaldarin and Lee are going to have to make me a wisdom save.
God damn. Not good at these.
Finally.
So you both made it. You feel like a vague sense of fear as these shades fly up to you, but you're not overwhelmed by it. And they're going to attack Thaldern and Lee, so we'll do Lee first, then Thaldern, and that's their turn. So Elzen,
Hmm. Elzen's gonna run up. Is this a
that is actually Paelius,
okay?
who
Elzen,
has rematerialized.
Elzen runs up to the breaks away to the stone monument and casts an eldritch blast at uh, one of the creatures attacking Lee.
Okay, that does not hit. So as you fire this Eldritch Blast, it seems to pass right through the shadow and disappears into the forest beyond.
All right, that's gonna be his turn.
Pebble.
Well, Pebble is gonna move here and he's gonna attempt to strike this guy.
Okay. That's a miss.
And then he'll use. Hmm. He'll actually use a. Oh, wait. We have not gotten a short rest since. Have we?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So I'll use.
The problem for me too.
Up to half your. So I can get an extra one by using my uncanny metabolism. And then, all right, since I don't know what these things can do, I'm going to use a Kai point to use patient defense.
Okay. Let me just check something. All right. Lee or Thaldrin.
Go ahead.
Uh, I will take out my scimitar and try to hit the one right in front of me. Not with an 8. And then try to hit him with my shield.
So as you lash out with your shield, it does seem to connect.
Alright.
And it seems as if you buffeted it back slightly, though it didn't necessarily do as much damage as you might have hoped.
Technically it's a magic weapon, so but if that matters.
So you watch as it slides back slightly, and it seems to disappear.
Okay.
Thaldrin.
All right. I guess this one here. I'm gonna, or I guess just right quick, the ground, is it still moist or
Yeah, it's still pretty muddy. There are puddles around you.
like if I dropped the torch, do I think it would go out?
Um, so almost certainly not, at least as I imagine the width of a torch. Most of it's not going to submerge completely.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just sort of like
Also, the area right around, like within 10 feet or so, or 5 feet or so of the altar seems to be dry.
up here.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just kind of toss that to the side. Can I get make two of them? Bell. Oh, the hell happened?
I don't know. You dropped the torch and it went out.
Well, now my screen is flickering and weird. It's this the in the game.
It's the ghost.
This is really just a ring map. It's gonna come through your computer monitor.
My browser crashed.
Should have never attacked that caravan.
Yeah, apparently. Get my torch back. I toss it off just to this, like, just to the side here, so I can still provide some light while I can use both hands for the glaive. And I sort of rear back and heave it towards the one here in front of Pebble.
That's a hit.
Sweet.
So roll for damage. So you do feel resistance as your glaive passes through it. Again, it's not like hitting a physical body, and they don't appear to be touching the ground, but it is as if you're swinging your way through molasses. But you see, it seems to disappear after you hit it.
Um, and then I just take the other end and I jab it at this other one then. Mm,
So that does not hit.
and now I'm going to kind of shift up here towards the dry ground.
Okay.
And then I'll be done. I don't provoke any attacks of opportunity or anything.
No, not moving there.
Okay.
Hold on. So before they go, well, let's see. Pebble begins to hear, you all begin to hear sort of a murmuring that half sounds like the sound of running water, but there does definitely seem to be a voice that is underneath the sound of what might be a babbling brook. But Pebble in particular hears it growing louder and louder. And I don't know if a 15 hits Pebble. Let me check.
It does not.
So you manage to not take psychic damage. And Pyelius, hearing the same babbling, floats up into the air and flies over, flying through the altar itself, and seems to be grappling with something, but it's something you can't see.
So
And
we
then the
could that
shades.
be moved through by us? Is it open or anything?
You could try. It looks like a solid stone altar.
Okay.
Pyelius, however, looks like a ghost.
I know.
That
That's
might
why
all
I'm
that might also explain.
just making sure like it wasn't like open. He like flew through a stone slab.
Right. It looks like he flew through a stone slab.
Got it.
And I'm hoping Thaldarin launches himself at full speed at the stone altar,
No.
like the Roadrunner. And then we figure out if he's Roadrunner or Wile E. Coyote. So in the distance, you see moving through the forest, two more shades appear to be coming towards you, having broken off from the visions of the caravan attack. And they move up, but they don't get to attack this round. The two that were already here do get to attack. So one attacks Thaldarin,
That will hit.
and one attacks Lee, missing. And it's Elzin's turn.
Um, Elson's going to he's gonna shoot Fire an Eldritch Blast at one of the ones on Lee. That'll hit, I hope.
That does hit. Roll me your damage so I can see what it is.
It's 6.
6.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice it. You see, it looks like it disappears.
Cool. And then he's going to move a little bit closer, and that'll be his turn.
Okay. Pebble.
Pebble is gonna bring his trident back out and attempt to strike the creature in front of him.
Definitely hits. And you dissipate the shadow in front of you.
Uh, Aldo, what the fuck are you doing? Then he is gonna. So, what does it look like Paelius is doing?
Paelius looks like he is grappling with something. So his arms are outstretched and he seems to be moving as if he's involved in some sort of struggle. But whatever he is grappling must be invisible because you can't see it.
Uh, so Pebble is gonna run and jump onto the altar. Um, and then attempt to swing his trident at whatever it seems like Paelius is attempting to wrestle
You
with.
would you would guess whatever it is here.
Where I didn't see the ping.
Just north
What?
of Paelius, so like 10 feet away from you.
Oh. Uh, well, in that case, I would maybe instead position myself here and uh shoot a ray of frost at this square.
Okay, roll to
Wait,
hit.
wait, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I only have a bonus action attack left. So, um, well, I guess I could have used the bonus action martial arts for the first attack. Let's see. Let's see how martial arts is written. Okay, it just says I make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. So would you be okay with me saying that the bonus action was the first one and then Ray of Frost is my action?
I'm just reading the thing. I will say yes. I thought it's, or maybe it's like a player's handbook versus your book version. I thought it was when you take the attack action, but it doesn't say that. So sure.
So that is particular to my version, but also it's the 2024 version as well.
But
Um,
yeah, that could have been. So just checking. Yeah, you struck the shade with your trident, and
yeah.
this is an unarmed strike.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good
You don't
point.
have an action point. You could just.
Yeah, you won't need it.
Um, Well, hmm, that would be my bonus action anyways. Wait a minute. So I still have my bonus action, so I could do that and then use an action point. Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus, my uh oh, I don't want to use it. Um, okay, I'm gonna use an action. I am gonna use an action point. Uh, so I could. That would be enough. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna use an action point to be able to use a ray of frost in that square.
It does not seem to impact anything.
Okay. That's my turn.
Lee,
Yeah, I got the student in front of me. Get
actually, I was forgetting. You have to make me another wisdom save.
Oh, okay. Well,
You made it.
all right. Yeah, the scimitar.
You
Yes.
again can't connect. That hits. So you dissipate another one of the shades.
Okay. So as far as I know, there's none right there.
Right.
So gonna head over to the altar to see what's going on. Maybe offer some kind of protection or something.
Thaldarin also make me a wisdom save. You also made it.
All right. Let's swing at this guy in front of me right quick.
You hit. Roll damage.
Nice.
You dissipate that shade.
Um, I quickly grab the torch as I go to move, I guess. The hell do we got to do to get out of here?
Does the altar hold some secret? That is what I am thinking.
Um,
So Pyelius still appears to be struggling with an invisible enemy at this point.
I guess I'll just fucking drop the torch again. Um, and move to. I think I this is about as far as I can go. It looks like he's fighting perhaps something in this square.
Yes.
I'll just try and jab at it with the other end of my pole arm, my glaive.
Nice.
Roll damage.
As good as I could hope for.
So is your polearm magical?
No.
So you feel like you struck something, and it seems as if it disappears. And Pyelius stops struggling against whatever's there. You see Pyleus again falls to his knees, and water begins to pour from his mouth and from his eyes, and he seems as if he's drowning. And you watch as his form seems to fade away. And meanwhile, at the start of the next round, you see more shades begin to approach from the forest.
How many more?
You see six. I can select them at least. Actually, sorry, you see seven. Uh, Several of them are going to come up to Elzin. Two of them are going to come up to, he's not going to be able to make the whole thing. One is going to try to come to Elzin, but can't stand in his buddy's square. But they don't get to attack this round. Why is he? Not sure why this one guy's on there twice, but so Elzin, it's your turn. And make me an insight check. All of you can make me an insight check.
They're friendly.
Apparently,
I agree.
yes.
So yeah, you're what you might have noticed, nobody noticed. So Elzin, your turn.
Elzen is
Before
going,
before you go though, you have to make me a wisdom save.
of course.
So you feel like a wave of fear as these things rush up to you, but you're able to push that sense of fear down.
That's not what I was gonna do. I was gonna do this one. Uh, do I have? Yeah, I do have it as those thing. So, he a circle of blades appears or springs out from him and sweeps around, towards cutting at each of them, each of the ones around him in a 5 foot kind of area. So the three ones adjacent to him will have to make deck saves.
Sorry, what was the DC? 14.
14, yeah.
Damn it. I was going to use the group check macro, but it did not work. So I'll have to do it the boring way. First guy, second guy made it.
So the
So
one,
two of them took the damage.
yeah, 6.
So two of them disappear.
Um,
Anything else you're doing?
Thinking about it. No, yeah, that's all he's gonna do.
Pebble.
Um, Pavel is gonna jump down, protect Elzen, and first shot at this guy.
That hits and he vanishes.
And then a bonus action unarmed strike on the next guy.
That misses.
And that's my turn.
Lee.
Step up. Step up to this one. 10,
That's a miss.
14.
That's also a miss.
All right.
Thaldarin. Thaldarin, you have to make me another wisdom save. Sticking with that?
No, I'm gonna use one. I'll use my because we got two, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Use my second one. Come on. Ah,
That is enough to shake off the fear that these two shades are causing in you.
good. Um, I guess we'll attack this guy. Uh,
That's a hit. He disappears.
um, bonus action on the other guy. Probably not.
Yeah, that's a miss.
These damn things.
So start of the round, you see yet more of them seem to be moving in. At least they should be. The one near Pebble is going to take a swing at Pebble.
Yep, that's a
Uh,
hit.
and the one near Lee is going to attack Lee. The other ones are going to run to the nearest person, passing over the torch. That one's going to move over.
Do we get a we missed the insight check. Is there something else that we noticed now that like a more time has passed?
Um, no, not at this point.
Okay.
I'm going to use, as is my right, my opportunity attack with my polearm master as this one enters my reach.
Okay.
Um,
That's a miss. So Elzen's turn again. Then we have Pebble, then Lee.
Uh,
Oh, sorry. Before you go, you have to make me another wisdom save. And you do notice that the more of them there are, the more frightening it seems to be.
I'm gonna use my other action point. All right.
That that's enough to avoid it.
Um, hmm, Hubble's a monk. Monks have high dex.
Yeah. No, Waldo.
I'm gonna do sword burst again. Let's see, is there anything with spell sniper that could do sword burst again? And unfortunately, he's gonna have to Pebble's gonna have to also make a deck save.
I
One.
assume I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yes. And this time, although they took some of them took damage, none of them disappeared.
All right, that is all that's all I was gonna do.
Okay. Pebbles up, then Lee, and then Thaldern's in the hole.
Hmm.
Pebble, you have to make me a wisdom save. I
Pebble
made it.
applies.
It's the wisdom of a child.
Hmm. So I imagine Pebble is seeing all of this stuff. They're in this forest with all of these monsters coming out, seemingly more and more coming. Paelius is around sometimes and sometimes not. And Pebble is keeping his friends safe. But he's just looking around. He's like, what is going on here? He has no idea. So I don't know how you want to work this out mechanically, but he just wants to take a minute to just really look at everything that's going on and try to be like what is happening?
What is happening?
Yeah.
I mean, so I think that would be an investigation check. I don't think that's Pebble's strong suit.
It is not. Can we do insight?
Um, sure, you could use insight. It's a slightly different. Yeah,
I'm gonna
Pebble is
use
not sure
I'm gonna use
based
an
on a
action
nine.
point. Okay, that's better.
So insight would have given you different information, but you have heard those voices sort of whispering out from the woods, and everything you've seen, all of the little visions relate to the caravan. So the insight that you've picked up is that this all relates to your attack on the caravan and the fact that the original visions focused in particular on the guy who drowned. suggests that this has something strongly to do with the guy who drowned. And you distinctly remember the guy who drowned was the first guy who fell into the water. And that is a guy who you grabbed and then flipped over the side of the bridge and who died as a result.
Do any of these spirits that were fighting actually look like the any of the or that one that drowned?
So they're all pretty indistinct, but they are all approximately like dwarf sized and shaped.
Okay.
They are squat and about 4.5 to 5 feet tall. It's kind of levitating off the ground, but making allowances for that. All very dwarf-like.
Okay. Um, so that'll be my turn for the round.
Okay. Lee,
Hit the one in front of me.
that's a hit. He does not vanish this time.
And I missed him with my shield.
Anything else?
No, I think it's time we need to get out of here.
And where are we going to go?
Somewhere other than here.
Baldurin's turn. I'm sorry, Lee, you should have
Yeah,
made a
that's right.
wisdom save.
No guarantee I will fail.
No, that is enough to make it.
Okay.
Thaldarin also has to make a wisdom save.
Yeah.
You made it.
Cool. It's like, yeah, I'd love to get out of here. Is there like, does it look like we're near the edge of the fucking fog or?
No, you don't see the edge of the fog or the forest. And in fact, your tracks led you to this altar, and you didn't see this altar on your way in.
Yeah. It's got to be something with the damn altar.
I mean, you're pretty sure that the forest itself is some sort of illusion or phantasm because you can't even notice the trees if you stare at them. It's only in your peripheral vision do you see the trees.
Right. Got to break the damn illusion. I don't know how. Perhaps something to do with the altar. In the meantime, got to keep these things cleared out. So I guess I'll hit this one to the north of me.
Okay,
Hopefully. No, or not.
that's a miss.
We'll try with the other end.
That's a hit. What's your damage? That's true. I'm sure it's enough with the crit to cause it to disappear.
That did the crit damage. I think. Yeah. No, I guess couldn't have rolled it. It didn't roll the other dice. Or I don't know how it rolled it. Should be more than five though.
Yeah, 5 is enough to cause it to vanish,
Okay.
but yeah, it doesn't look like it rolled. It's hard to
Weird.
see actually what it rolled as the number. It added 4
I
to
think
it. So I guess that's
it
1.
it rolled a second one here. So yeah,
It's weird because it looks like it says like tilde two tilde plus one. I don't know what the tilde two represents.
yeah, I don't know. It rolled twice. It told me a 5 for the damage in there originally, and it rolled another one. It said 1, so I can at least see the number that it rolls here.
Right. Do you get your strength bonus on your bonus action attack?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's the 4, presumably.
yeah.
So it had to have been the 1 is what you rolled. So you got rid of one of them.
Cool.
Anything else you're doing?
I don't know how to do anything else.
So Pebble, you hear a murmuring again. You all hear the murmuring from the woods, but for Pebble, it gets almost deafening. But it has no effect.
Can I pinpoint where it's coming from in the woods?
Um, it actually seems to be coming from all around the woods. So, but go ahead and make me a perception check. So you get a sense that it's stronger north of the altar. So on the far side of the altar from where you are.
Okay. So I'm oh
No,
sorry.
sorry, your
Sorry,
turn.
it didn't is it my turn?
Oh no, it was that thing's
Or
turn. It's the shade's turn.
okay.
So you see more shades come moving in. As the shades who are here prepare to attack. So one will attack Pebble, missing. Two are going to attack Elzin.
Both of those hit.
One is going to attack Lee. And then two are going to attack Thaldarin. And it's Elzin's turn.
He's gonna do another sword burst.
Is that 23 at me?
Yes.
Only one.
That one disappears, and then this one disappears.
And that's all he's gonna do.
Okay. Pebble.
Um so Pebble is gonna go 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35. And he's gonna basically look around and start, he's gonna go to his knees and he's gonna say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. We were just trying to get the carriage. I tried to save everyone and I couldn't find you. But I tried and I'm sorry. Don't hurt my friends. I did this.
So as you do this, make me a charisma check.
I have a bonus action point that I'm going to use.
So as you do this, you see Pyelius reforms in front of you, and he sort of turns you towards the altar. And as you make your plea, you see the altar begins to hum and glow with a soft blue light. And the blue light emanates out and it seems to push the shades that are near it further and further back until they seem to disappear into the woods. The trees still remain, and you still hear a murmuring in the woods, but all of the shades seem to vanish.
Um, do I see anything on the altar?
All you see is the glow on the altar.
So I'm gonna look up at Peleus. What do I do?
Paelius looks down at you and helps you up to your feet and tries to talk to you, but you just see water pouring out of his mouth.
I'm sorry, Peleus. I also hurt you. I didn't let you get killed. I'm sorry. And he's got
Paelius
tears
again
running
begins.
down his face, freezing into his feathers.
Paelius is, you know, has a shaking his head no, but does appear to be struggling as he seems as if he's drowning in front of you while standing up.
Uh, so Pebble is not quite sure what to do, but he will move towards the altar.
Paelius, who continues to choke, appears to vanish again. And we're out of rounds. You don't see any more of the shades coming for you, even well outside the light being shed by this goblin altar.
Do we still hear the voices, like whispers
You,
coming from the woods?
yes, and you still see in the distance in the woods, those of you at least with dark vision can see the images of the shadows that are sort of reenacting the scenes of the attack on the caravan.
Well, that really is the soul of Hyelius. It doesn't seem like he's blaming you for whatever happened to him.
I blame me.
Well, that's silly.
So Pebble is gonna put his hands on the table and kind of like tap tap them on the table. Uh, kind of exploratory, like wondering if something's supposed to happen.
So the table itself is covered in runes. None of you, I mean, Pebble can't read anything. So you just see there are these complicated carvings. You recognize them, I assume, as some sort of writing. Um, could be common. You don't know.
I imagine Pebble goes, lays his hands, and he's just like staring at this thing for 30 seconds. And it's like, it seems like you're actually thinking and like comprehending. And then you just like look up. It's like, I can't read this.
Yeah. In the center of the altar, there is a depression, like a bowl that's been carved into it. Once upon a time, this altar was probably exquisitely carved, but sitting out in the open air for so long, it's now pretty rough looking. But there definitely are sort of signs of ancient char marks in the bowl in the center of it, probably because it was being used as to give burnt offerings to some goblin deity whose name probably none of you would know. But you notice the glow begins to fade after a minute, and the altar sits dark again.
When did the glow start?
When Pebble made his plea, saying that
Mm,
he was sorry for the death of that guy,
gotcha. When the altar was glowing, was it like glowing and in the depression? Or
The
what?
whole, so make me a perception check. So from what you could tell, the whole altar appeared to be the source of the light.
Okay.
It's like tap my thing. Hey, Molly, got any ideas here? The hell is
Make
this
me
thing?
another history check. So you all hear Mully say, I don't actually like read Goblin either, but goblins weren't exactly friends with the undead and had problems with them. So they used to have their own sets of rituals to dispel the undead. And that often involved burnt offerings, usually of animals or meats that they would burn in the honor of their gods. It is possible this altar is some remnant from some, I don't know, outdoor open air temple, maybe an indoor temple, and everything just fell apart over time. But I don't see any rubble that suggests an indoor temple.
Got it. Maybe we can char some meat in here. I mean, it seems like it. We got one use out of it.
So Pebble's plea acted as an offering, and it activated this altar, which dispelled the figures.
I don't know. It could be that the goblin gods are still listening. I noticed it didn't dispel Paelius.
Hmm.
Well, maybe it'll just buy us some time to get the hell out of here. Or do we see our footprints continuing on the other side of this thing?
No, they led you to this altar and then stopped.
How tall is this damn thing?
It's not very tall, actually. The table is only about 2.5 to 3 feet above the ground, or at least above the pedestal on which it sits. So it's basically goblin height.
Hmm. Yeah. Any sign of an exit to this damn thing? Just something? Well, I mean,
All around you, you still see the phantom woods.
you know,
There doesn't actually seem to be a path leading to or from this altar. And the fog is still all around you. So, no, you don't see how to get out of the phantom wood.
Hmm.
well,
Well, let
I
us the best idea we have is to actually use the altar. Is that not right? Should we see if we can start the fire in the bowl and burn
yeah,
something?
we have.
I've got some parchment. We could.
I mean, if it's normally charring meat, I don't know if parchment's really gonna be hefty enough.
Uh, does does
The
you have any?
but the spirit said pay what pay what you owe. What what do I owe?
I did see the face of a bloated dwarf in the woods as we were walking here. I did not think anything of it, but is there something that you Pebble, you owe this dwarf something that you could repay him with?
That because of me, I don't think that there's something I can do to make that better.
Well,
We have
yeah. The only thing we have would have had was what we stole from the caravan. But what does a ghost care about what was stolen from the caravan?
perhaps this dwarf had an attachment that we do not realize to whatever was stolen.
Well, if it's the orb, we don't have it. So what's it haunting us for? Must be something else. You got the armor? Was there armor?
There was armor.
Who has the armor?
I actually thought you had it because you were the only one who seemed to be interested in adamantine armor.
I just can't wear it.
Right, because you would have to get it modified. That said, it that was pretty fancy armor for a caravan guard.
Yeah, it was pulled out of the
I mean, it
out of
is
the cart, so
ornate
it's not
enough
going to be
that
his.
yeah, ornate enough that you would guess it has to be some rich person's armor.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, he floated away. It's not like we looted him.
I don't think that I have anything that can make this right. Because how can you make it right when you kill someone or let them die? But I don't want to die, and it doesn't make sense to die. But I do have something that's really precious to me.
And then he pulls out his lucky ice stone.
Maybe this will help.
And he'll put it in the bowl.
So you set it in the bowl, though there's no obvious effect.
Uh, well, things need to be burned in the bowl, so he'll do some produce flame and control flame and try and light it up.
I don't know.
So yeah, I don't know that your magic stone will burn.
Right, but also it's about the symbolism
Right,
and you know, it wouldn't necessarily burn normally, but this is divine magic that we're
right.
working with.
So you put the stone into the bowl.
I mean, I really don't want to lose a stone, but I also don't know what else can do, and it is also in Pebble's character to
Right. No, I get
do
that.
this.
So first, make me a charisma check.
Okay.
Okay. So as you begin to light a fire, you stare down at the stone, The fire burns in your hand, and you push your hand forward to light the stone on fire. And next to you, you see Pyelius appears again and tries to grab your hand to stop you, and looks down at you and coughs up water. Some additional water begins to pour from his mouth down his chest. But you see the altar begins to glow again, and his mouth clears, and he looks as if he's at ease once more, and he tells you not to burn the stone. That he kneels in front of you or hunches over slightly so that he's eye level with you and says, "Your faith is a lot stronger than I thought it was, and you've earned yourself a bit of a reprieve, but Durak Kolkaran is still very angry. I've taken, or tried to take, a little bit of a rest from my haunting that damned huntress to try to save you from this. But I haven't been entirely successful because he is even angrier than I am at the huntress. And every time I try to do
Impossible.
something, he
Absolutely
floods
not.
he floods my lungs, or what at least has replaced my lungs. I think you're going to have to confront him directly, but he does want your life. He might be satiated if one of you offered your life in place of Pebbles, but that's the debt he thinks is owed. At this point, he's been greatly weakened, mostly by the pleas of Pebble, and you've chased off his minions, but his anger persists. He believes that you've left his children fatherless and caused him to fail in the oaths he swore. I think if you press on, he will eventually confront you directly, as he can't withstand the light of day any more than I can. You could try to hold out here, and maybe he'll attack you here. But in these woods, he will have some ability to conjure up illusory shades of the sort that have been attacking you, and this altar is not going to hold them back forever.
How
Is
do we
this
activate it?
is this the guy that is this the caravan guard that was killed?
Yes, he was killed when Pebble flipped him over and threw him into some sort of fast-moving stream.
But we're here to to stop the bite. If we stop the bite, then we create a world where kids can be okay.
I don't think he's taking that into account. He's a spirit, the same as I am. What I can tell is the spirits don't learn that much about what happens after they die, but they acutely remember what happened to them while they were alive. He wants to be alive again, but I'm pretty sure nobody here has the ability to bring him back to life. He thinks what he wants. I can't hear any of this. You cover Pebble's ears is to kill Pebble, to allow him to drown. That you uncover Pebble's ears.
Well,
So this spirit, this in particular, this spirit has
You have
done all this.
some spirits cling on to life much more tightly than others. I should, by all rights, be moving on to Dolar right now, and I'm not, because I have an elven woman I need to drive to suicide.
the chains that bind us. It sounds like if we continue on and try to leave the woods, we will confront him regardless. And then we can
Yes.
maybe talk some sense to him.
Maybe
And
we
there's
can.
nothing that limits him to this region. He is tied to you right now. So you could stay here until daylight, in which case he will come after you some other night in the future. If you attack him now, he won't have his shadowy manifestations to fight you with.
Do we have about an hour?
An hour or two. I don't know when the sun rises.
But I don't want to attack him. I don't want to hurt him anymore.
I think you should think of it more along the lines of helping him move along. He's stuck here.
How does that help him move along to hurt him?
Well, you got to remember he's a ghost. He can't really feel anything, right?
That
I just like looked at Piolis.
Not in the sense that you're used to thinking of feeling things. I don't know if dissipating him will actually get him to move to Dolor, but right now he is focused on his rage, and that can't be good.
Yeah, so you hear that? It sounds like we won't even actually kill him. It'll just sort of make him forget for a minute,
It's not
so that
even
we
the
can
good,
leave.
it's not even the good kind of righteous fury like I feel. It's just hatred. This altar at least will protect you for tonight from his shades. You might not get that if you wait another day, another night.
I just need
is
long
he
enough
around?
to
Is he
rest a
around
moment.
somewhere?
That's it, and then let's move.
All of
See if we
these
can.
woods are something that he created. They're an outgrowth of his mind trapping you here. In the daylight, all of this will vanish again. But I don't expect that a ghost's fury is going to disappear over the passage of time. Like I said, it's hard for ghosts to learn anything new. He's just all day constantly reliving his death and thinking about the revenge he wants, about this debt he thinks the three of you owe. He's not as mad at Elzin. He's most mad
Well,
at Pebble.
maybe we could talk to him. Maybe we can help him learn something new, even though he's dead. I learn new things all the time, sometimes more than once.
Name one thing you've learned.
I don't know.
Got it.
No,
I'm
wait.
sure you,
I learned about this bowl thing.
The what thing?
The bowl.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
you could try to talk him down. I don't know that much about the nature of death. There has to be some way to sate a spirit. Tell him to move to the light.
Is there a light there? Do you see a light?
I like to not look at the light. Not until that I take care of that elf.
Got it.
Ooh, could you guys murder the elf? Maybe
No.
she'll become a ghost trapped here.
Then she'll come and haunt us. No, why are we gonna? This is just a cycle.
Yeah, but then I could move on.
Well, you're choosing not to move on. That's not my problem.
It is not a choice. This is a necessity.
No, so it's a choice.
Just wouldn't understand.
So the question we have is, do we rest up and try to fight this guy? Do we try to deal with him now?
Uh, I say we take an hour
Okay.
and then see if we can get him.
Want to be sunrise in an hour?
Maybe.
Yeah, you weren't exactly sure of the time, and it's like winter, so probably it's like 2 hours to sunrise.
Make him desperate. Desperate to get us before sunrise. But
If you guys had any sort of meat offering, I think that's what the goblins used to use, and still use back in Shosharn. No,
Do we have
he
any?
looks around.
It's like look around to see like
we were just imprisoned. We do not have any meat. We have
No.
rations.
is there jerky in those rations?
Yeah, there's probably some jerky in the rations.
Could burn the jerky.
If it's successful, will it get rid of him?
No, but it might give you an edge. You might get a blessing from the gods that used to watch over this place.
Sure.
It just does. We could use every bit, every advantage we can get. Alzin would take out his jerky.
I got some rations. I don't mind using some of my rations.
I imagine Pebbles rations would have more salted fish than jerky.
Still constitutes meat, right?
Sure. Who knows? Maybe the goblin gods have gone vegan and only Pebbles rations will count. That's true. I guess I'm thinking vegetarians and vegans
Yeah.
Yeah.
wouldn't even accept the fish.
Pescatarian.
So I guess we put our rations in the bowl and light it on fire.
So this will be a group check. So I need everybody to make me a charisma check. The DC is 15. There are levels of success above and below that. Um, and it's the median that I take as the group's check.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. We're bringing down the average.
Median is not mean.
Yeah.
Right. So it's halfway between 6 and 16.
Which is yeah.
So
Love it.
you see the altar glows yet again. Um, and you do feel a sense of being bolstered, but you don't feel like the threat has passed. So you all receive the effects of a bless spell that will last until dawn.
Right. We take a short rest too.
I kind of need it to be
Spend
effective.
spend an hour.
I'm at 12 hit points.
So you rest for a bit. The murmuring in the woods continues, but it doesn't interfere with your ability to rest.
Nice.
I don't understand why I can't roll well on my hit die. Pretty sure I rolled shit last time too.
So other than the eerie murmuring, there is a sense that you're being watched, but you managed to get some rest in. The sky's still overcast. You could still see the sort of dim glow of the moons through the cloud tops, but it still appears to be dark.
I don't suppose we have any other kind of healing.
Any other kind of
Have
what?
I need a little bit of healing. Just to
I
be
have
safe.
I have a potion. I have a potion of healing that Tal'Darin could have. Do you need it?
It could be useful. Below half, still.
So yeah, he'd give you a potion of healing.
It's 2d4 plus 2.
You take a full action to use it, it just does the max.
Oh, right.
If you want to chug it as a bonus action, though,
No. Better.
Can we use an action point to get hit die back?
I mean, they're taking a short rest, so you can use.
I'm out. I'm out of hit die already because I didn't recover from the last time.
Yeah. We haven't long rested either.
So with an action point, I would let you roll another hit die.
I'm gonna have to. I got like so few hit points.
Yeah, with an action point, I would just let you recover the full hit die.
Okay. That's not good.
So with your rest ended and the smell of charred jerky and fish in the bowl, you begin to move once again through the phantom forest around you, still watching scenes of yourselves attacking the caravan guards, repeated over and over, with it particularly lingering on the death of the dwarf who apparently is known as Durak Kalkaran. So Pebble watches himself, or a shadow version of himself, flipping this dwarf, somersaulting him over the side of a bridge, and he tumbles into the water below. As you walk, you eventually come to a deep chasm. The trees seem to melt away. Across the chasm, you see there's this old wooden bridge, wooden rope. At the bottom of the chasm, you see there is another stream, maybe a branch of the same stream, you don't know. But the bridge itself is about 40 feet long, extending from one peak of on one side of the chasm over to the other. In the Near the middle of the bridge, you see hovering slightly above the ground, there is what looks to be a bloated dwarf who looks at you, his head turning to the side with a broad smile, unnaturally wide. And he stares over at you and says loudly, although you realize you only hear it in your head, "You stole my breath. Now you have to return what you took. One of you has to pay what you owe."
Nuh-uh.
That's
Oh, I didn't think about it that way. You're free to go. He looks down into the water again and then turns back to you, particularly staring at Pebble, and asks, "So do you hear it? The water's calling my name, beckoning me back to their cold embrace. They call you too, Pebble. The current knows the debt between the two of us, and it flows to Dolor. It will drag the two of us there. I was not cruel in life. I like to think that I was kind. I was only doing my duty. And what you gave me the water instead of air, silence instead of honor. In life, I swore oaths of stone and steel to guard, to keep, to answer wrongs, and you broke them all when you cast me down. You made my children fatherless, and now I'll keep one last oath of taking a life from you in repayment. I'll take your breath, and then we'll be even. By the weight of my armor and the laws of stone, I name the debt still due, one life for one taken, by breath or by blood. It should be yours, Pebble, but if you choose someone else to give their life in return, the rest of you can live in peace."
No one else is gonna take my place for anything. But it
How
was
far
an
away is this guy?
accident.
Let me switch maps. He's about 50 feet away.
I did put you in. I did throw you in the water, but I was gonna get you out, just like I got your friends out. I wasn't gonna just. I wasn't trying to kill you. I didn't want to kill anyone.
My duty was to protect that caravan, and you attacked it. My death was incidental to whatever your plans were for the loot you stole. But I'm still dead.
Yeah, but what about our oaths? What about the things that we promised to do?
The oaths of thieves. I could care less about what you swore.
Well, we care very much about what we swore, and it pertains to the fate of this world or what it will become.
You're not familiar to me. I don't remember you. As far as I'm concerned, you can leave any time you want. But your three friends are all guilty.
Listen, friend. We have already taken on the weight of your soul on all of us.
Will that feed my children? Will that
Responsibility might.
I live constantly with the feeling that I am drowning. Is that going to
If
ease my pain?
you could move on.
I have unfinished business that prevents me from moving on.
You could be at peace with what happened.
I will be at peace with what happened as soon as I've drowned one of you. Or I can take all three of you now and drag you to Dolor with me.
We're not going anywhere. We got things we gotta do. And yeah, we made mistakes. We didn't want to hurt you, and we did. We can't take that back. But we're doing our best. and we're gonna save this world. We're gonna stop the bite. We're gonna stop the monsters from coming.
I don't know what you mean by save the world or stop the bite. You won't stop me from drowning. You won't feed and clothe my children. You won't be comforting my wife.
Got your. We
No,
have
but
your name.
we might keep them from being eaten by monsters.
As far as I can tell, there are 3 monsters right here on the bridge. Who's going to save the world from you, Pebble? How many more innocent lives are you going to take?
None.
Unintentionally or not? I don't even know that any of you stopped to mourn my death when I was gone. But I
I
know my
did.
family will mourn it.
I spent a long time trying to find you. I tried to find you under the water. I swam and I got all your friends, but I couldn't find you. I didn't want to hurt you.
Make me a persuasion check.
Just say that's why he threw you in the water.
Check something.
Does bless affect skill checks or just saves and attack rolls?
I believe it saves and attack rolls.
Okay.
I believe you might even be sincere, Pebble. But that doesn't pay the debt, does it?
What?
You can't simply be sorry for the murders you've committed and then walk free.
That's how Jesus said it works.
Listen, nobody's free here, man.
You're freer than I am. I don't even think I could move away from your group if I tried, particularly Pebble. I think every night I will awaken, coughing up water, feeling it in my lungs, somewhere nearby Pebble, until I finally get the debt paid.
What if you offered this? Where's your family from?
My family is from a village you probably would never have heard of because it's so small, and it's thousands of miles from here.
How convenient.
I wish they were closer. I wish there was some way you could pay the debt. If they were closer, I might have seen them more often. But I had to leave the Moror holds because this is my job. I serve the Kundarax, and I was assigned to what to me was the ass end of nowhere in Cragwar, and then worse, moved out to Black Pit, guarding caravan trains of precious materials being shipped back to Deleuze's family back in Cragmore. And at least it was a boring job until the one day that it wasn't. Then I felt my skull split on the rocks, and I felt the water fill my lungs. And now we're here. So tell me, Pebble, what penance or can you really offer? What will help ease the pain of knowing that my family will go hungry, that they are still awaiting the news of my death? What's going to dry the tears of my children and my wife? Of my mother who's still alive and my father who probably won't hear for many months after because he's off serving his own Lord.
You're muted, Mike.
There's nothing I can do to make that white. I can't bring you back. That's the only thing that would undo all of that. I didn't want to hurt you, but I know I did. But I'm doing my best. And I have, even though you think we were just stealing things like thieves, the things that you were, the things that you were transporting, they were important. I don't know why they were important. My friends told me they were important, though, and I trusted them.
What penance do the rest of you offer?
Listen, we're going to be working at something for the rest of our lives. We will have no rest. Whatever breath was stolen from you, we will be forced to exert ours tenfold.
How is that supposed to comfort me?
Watch from afar. You will see us suffer, I'm sure.
I don't think you comprehend the agony that I'm in.
Oh, we do. We've heard your soliloquy for the last 15 minutes. We sure have.
Yeah. Yeah. Guy thinks he's the first man to be murdered. The fuck?
Apparently.
You're not special, man.
You see, he raises a hand and says, "You're protected right now. I could raise the spirits of many who met foul ends here in these mountains, and I can't feel them right now. But not even the gods that are protecting you can save you from my wrath.
I beg to differ.
I've given you a chance to try to make amends. I don't know that you can."
Exactly. There is none. You
You're
just
only
come here to
accepting
bitch at
death.
us.
You're only accepting death. Why should we waste our breath anymore? At least we have ours.
Very well. We can roll initiative.
Really? At least we have ours.
Hey, the motherfucker's starting to be annoying now.
Starting. Got there a long time ago.
Listen, I've been saying it the whole time. You can't fucking reason with a ghost.
I mean, you can go ahead and make me an insight check, all of you. So Pebble and Elzin, you get the sense that Pebble maybe was sort of getting to him, and that Thaldarin and Lee are not, but he wasn't fully there.
Um,
But
Listen,
Durak
I was
is going.
clearly trying to offer to go to his family and like do something for him, but he's
I
like,
mean,
"Nah,
you
they're thousands of miles away."
Exactly.
right. So, you didn't formally offer to go to his family. You just suggested it. But you see in his hands there appears he floats over the side of the bridge, and you realize that he's probably no more physical than the shades you were fighting before. But you see a phantom pike appears in his hands as he moves forward.
I
As he
take my
looks,
opportunity attack.
so before he starts moving, though, you have to make me a con save.
Do now. Technically, he entered my range 10 feet from 10 feet away. I don't know if that
Right.
matters.
He would have done this before he started moving.
Con save.
Yep. So
I could roll a d4 if we need to, but I think probably
yeah,
okay.
you don't need to. So you feel your mouth fill with water and you're able to spit it out before it begins to run down your throat. But now you can take your opportunity attack as he moves into your range, readying his pike.
Ah,
So roll to confirm. Confirm the miss. Okay. So it is not a
Oh,
critical fail, but you miss. And
God,
he's going to swing at you with his pike.
Jesus Christ, 12.
Yeah, that's pretty much his maximum damage. So at least with the pike.
Well,
And that's his turn. Pebble and then Lee and then Elzin.
All right. Pebble will move up. Uh, right there. And then his first attack. Assume that misses.
Yeah, it's a miss.
Uh, bonus action, unarmed strike.
That's a hit.
And then I'll do a flurry of blows with a second attack.
That's a hit. So are your fists considered magical yet, or is
Not
that
yet.
fifth level?
Yeah, that'll be fifth level, fifth or sixth level. Uh, and my trident is not magical.
Right. Okay. Anything else you're doing?
Nope.
Lee and then Elzin, then Thaldarin in the hole.
oh. All right, I'm gonna rage. The worst one I could get. All right, that sucks.
Are there only like 10 possibilities when you rage?
8. 8.
Okay. Feel like
Flowers and vines temporarily grow around me. So difficult terrain, but doesn't matter to him.
so
Uh,
yeah. Is it difficult terrain for you and Elzin?
for your enemies.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if you want to expand that list, I'm happy to look at any additions.
Okay.
Hmm.
Uh,
I think the list might grow over time. Let me check.
move up to him, and I'll have to attack him. I'm gonna use my Morning Star. 16.
That hits.
He takes, well, it's not magical, so but there's 2 psychic damage.
Okay. Anything else you're doing?
No, that's it.
All right. Elzin, then Thaldarin, then back to Durak.
Um, uh, Alder or he's gonna use
Oops, my bad. I didn't mean to move him.
Hmm. It's going to use uh Eldritch Blast. And he has Spell Sniper, so it should hit him. Because it ignores 3/4 cover.
Okay. That's a hit.
And I'm gonna use the ability from my staff. That's not what I wanted. Uh, where once per every rest, I can use primordial power, so I get increase damage by 2d10.
Okay.
It's like the snippet from the sheet.
So that slams into him pretty hard. You see his image begin to ripple in front of you, but it reforms, not visibly any less strong than it was before.
All right. That's going to be Elzen's turn.
Thaldarin and then Durak and then Pebble.
All right. First things first, I ready a stance, take a deep breath, and second wind. Nice. And then I do the crouch again, legs tense, and I launch myself up again, readying my glaive as I start to fall down to sort of pierce through him. Um, and I get rolled to attack, hoping to hit to do a little extra damage because of the leap. Um, haha,
That's a hit.
sweet. So we have this plus what is it? I think it's a D8. Just want an extra D8 of damage. Yeah, a one.
That also slashing.
Yeah, same as the weapon type.
Okay. Anything
Um,
else?
yes. I with blinding speed, I action surge and I swing the glaive at him. And I slice through him and I turn it upside down real fast and pull it up through him again.
Roll to confirm. That confirms. So roll D100. So 83 is the attacker. Oh, I'm looking at the fumble table. Never mind. I was like, why does it say that you take max damage? That's not a good critical hit. So, so he is immune to this particular. He is immune to poison, but it says he gets the poison condition and he can attempt to end it. Roll again. That's not a good
Okay.
one for a ghost. 23 is he gets pushed 10 feet and is disarmed. That's also not a great one for him because his weapon isn't really there. But it would provoke attacks of opportunity. So if you want to take that one, I'll let you, or you could roll again.
Um, let's press the luck. I'll roll again. They're the same.
No, he is knocked prone and disarmed. It's slightly worse. You can roll again. Damn incorporeal ghosts. That
Really
may be the
close to
same
what I
as the
rolled
first one.
before.
That is the same as the first one. So let's say you knock him back and everybody can take attacks of opportunity against him. So
How
all
much
three of you
damage? What am I
take it.
doing for the damage, by the way?
It's so you have to roll damage and it's, the max plus whatever you roll.
Got it. Okay. So max is 14 plus a 4 I rolled.
Plus it says 8. I
Yeah,
guess that's,
because I rolled it. So
I say.
I rolled a 4.
So 18 total.
18 total, yeah. And then I guess I'll just, yeah, jab at him as he is leaving me. Oh, fuck you. Fuck
Roll to
you.
confirm.
Fuck you. I take it
You're
back.
gonna
I don't
fall
do
off
it.
this bridge.
I know, dude. Okay.
Okay, that's confirmed. Roll roll a D100 for me.
Because that's been going real well for me. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
So you take double max damage. I think maybe that you got this one before. And you suffer a lingering injury.
I
Oh my God.
Ow!
You take
Poke your eye
28
out with your
damage.
glaive.
I like to think you stabbed out and then brought the haft back into your eye
Yeah.
accidentally.
All right. All right.
And
I didn't
here
take
I
my
was
attack.
thinking I had made it away from the body horror.
I'm gonna do my attack of
Double
opportunity, right?
max
I get one.
damage.
Oh shit! I crit.
Yep. Potentially roll to
Maybe,
see.
maybe.
Double max damage is
That
exactly how many hit points I have.
so Thaldarin knocks himself out and pokes out his eye.
Pebble just watches as it flies from his skull out down below.
So roll me a D100.
Okay, I was about to roll. Your kicks.
So 66 is he is blinded until magically healed or a successful medicine check is made.
So many things with the eyes.
Yeah, I know. Well, it doesn't say he can't be blinded, so uh, it doesn't seem like he knows exactly where you are right now.
Lee's like, eye for an eye, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that works. Uh, so Eddie, did Pebble take an attack of opportunity?
I missed.
Okay. So we are back to him. Let's see. Well, he will stumble forward. Uh, Lee, make me a con save. Are you sticking with that?
16.
Okay. Uh, you also feel your mouth fill with water, but you're able to spit it out in a
Hey,
long
here's
stream.
a quick question. Would the bless have potentially saved that attack from being a crit fail? A confirmed crit fail?
That's fair. What was your attack roll?
A 12
Wow.
on the confirmation. I haven't rolled the d4.
So yeah, roll the d4 because that absolutely would apply. You do not lose an eye
Oh
as you
boy.
you just
Just
managed
missed.
to avoid it being a critical fail.
You get
Oh
all
my
those hit points back.
god.
And you get your 28 hit points back. And Durak doesn't know why, but he feels really disappointed. Uh, so he does not manage to successfully drown Lee, but he's going to swing with his pike at uh, Pebble at disadvantage.
That misses.
Yep. And that's his turn. Pebble's turn.
All right. Pebble is going to attack. So trident, and then unarmed strike.
Those are both hits because he can't see you.
Oh, that's right. I have advantage. And then I will spend a Kai point to do another unarmed strike. Ooh. Now I get on the action. And it's confirmed.
Yep. So roll a D100. '80 is so that 80 is not really fun. So roll again, just as he only regains half when he gets magical healing or using hit dice.
Yeah. This ghost gonna bleed.
Yep. So yeah, you begin to see as you punch him, you see a hole opens up in his rib cage and a rib sticks out and water begins to pour out of him as he takes additional damage. What was your total damage? Let's see.
Uh,
For the crit, uh, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Okay. So 23 plus 24. So he took it. Anything else Pebble's doing?
nope.
Lee.
All right. Attack this dude.
Oh no. Poor Durak.
Oh, I got advantage, so that's a hit. Yeah.
It's a hit. So roll a D100. It's 80 again.
We've had that already. Roll again.
Yeah.
56.
So that is the same rolls as last time, basically.
RNG is not doing well tonight.
Or it's doing perfectly. It's just very low. The 1 in a billion chance to have these kind of rolls.
Yeah.
So actually, both of you, I didn't do the bleed damage yet. Both of you can roll me a d6 for the bleed damage. Okay, to mark that. Remind me that he has to take more bleed damage. I'll just use that one. So Elzin's up, then Thaldarin, and then
I
back
got
to
my
him.
bonus attack.
Oh, you're
Sorry.
right. Your shield attack.
23.
That's a hit.
That's a hit. 6, 2 more psychic damage. And that is a magical weapon.
Right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Uh, he's blinded. I can step back from him, I believe, since he can't
Yep.
see me. Okay.
Okay. Now Elzin.
I'm gonna shoot another Eldritch Blast
That's a hit.
for 5 damage. And this time he's gonna make it psychic.
Okay. Anything else you're doing?
That's his turn.
All right. Thaldarin, and then back to Durak.
Um, well, I have reach, so I'm just gonna attack him where I'm at. Boom.
That's a hit with advantage.
Oh, yeah. I guess the other end is actually a melee attack, so I'll just start, a close range. So I'll step forward and hit him with the other end.
That's it. Is that it?
That's it.
So we are back to Durak and then Pebble.
And he takes bleed damage.
You're right. So both Lee and Pebble roll me a d6. No, it's 9. So this time, Pebble, make me a con save. Are you using an action point? Do you
I am
have
out of
action
action
points?
points.
Okay, so uh, your mouth begins to fill with liquid, which pours down your throat into your lungs, filling them. And you take 8 necrotic damage, and you begin to suffocate as your lungs fill with water. I didn't realize actually it said you take half damage, so we will ignore that part for everybody else who actually made their save. So you
Okay.
can use an action to try to force the water out of your lungs. Uh, and you get, if you fall prone to brace yourself, it actually gives you advantage on that check. But otherwise, you're beginning to suffocate.
Okay.
And then he's going to try to strike at you with his pike at disadvantage. And that will not do it. That's his turn. And we're back to Pebble's turn.
Uh, yeah, Pebble is gonna fall prone and try and use that action to get better.
Okay. You are able to force the water from your lungs.
Okay. Um, so I will use half my movement to stand up, and then
Yep,
I will use a bonus action to unarmed strike this asshole for trying to drown me.
that's a hit. So tell me how you destroy this ghost
Yes.
for a second time.
So Pebble starts choking and falls to his knees and hurls water that instantly turns to ice on the bridge. And then he, from his belly, begins to spin into a vortex, leaping capoeira style with a spinning uh, roundhouse heel kick right up to his head, uh, as it is also inflamed with blue fire, causing the ghost's head to snap back, and through the opening in his neck, all of the water remaining in his spirit body starts pouring out in a geyser as he then falls and fades from existence as he falls.
So he disappears over the side of the bridge, falling towards the water below, but never quite hitting it. And you hear his voice creaky and weak on the wind saying, "You've thwarted me again. You couldn't even give me justice." And you hear the murmuring in the woods disappears, and the fog lifts, and the forest behind you vanishes, and you're standing in the Badlands again. In the distance, you could still see the ring of hills that surrounds Black Pit, and you hear a distinct sound of thwomp as there's a huge burst of light can be seen from over those hills in the direction of Black Pit. It seems to be roughly spherical in nature. You're not sure what it's centered on, but it fills the night sky with light. It doesn't sound like an explosion. It sounds like nothing you've ever heard before, but if you had to give it a name, it's akin to a deep rumbling of a bubble popping somewhere. And as you watch, you're momentarily blinded by the spectacle of the light hitting your eyes. And then you see it begins to break up and vanish into the night sky, into individual chunks like separate puzzle pieces of light floating through the air that then fade and become invisible again. And the night is dark.
I will fly up to see what I can see.
So you fly up into the air and have to fly relatively high. Um, because it's still dark out, you can't see that much, but you
Is
do
there,
hear the faint sounds of screaming.
I just, okay. Uh, I just say I think something's bad has happened to Black Pit, which is not a surprise.
We have to go. We gotta go to see if we can help anyone.
I agree with Pebble. Let's hurry.
I began flying that way.
Smooth.
So there's Black Pit is surrounded by these hills that have been shaped into essentially a defensive wall. So it is like a ring of short cliffs that stretch up about 50 feet. Um, so scaling those would be a bit of an effort for everybody except for Lee, who can fly. The only other way in is either to come at it from the actual Black Pit side where there is no wall, or to go through the palisade at the front. So it's either up and over these sheer ledges that have been created, or I guess you could go back through the tunnel into the keep, as that's the one secret path out that you know of. There's up over the walls, through the tunnel, somehow try to get your way around from the Black Pit side, which again would be easier if you could all fly, or back through the palisade.
I mean, we might have the best luck going through the front, going through the gate.
Yeah.
There's a chance they don't know exactly who we are and that we escaped.
Yeah. There could be other things happening, and they really can't worry about that right now.
Yeah.
So it takes you about 10 minutes double timing it to get back. You don't see anyone at the palisade gate, but you immediately, as you cross through the gate, can see there is an enormous crater in the eastern part of town. It doesn't extend nearly as far as the keep itself, but it has wiped out like the house of the tailor that you stayed at and several of the small homes that were in that portion of the village.
The
You could
inn's
hear the
still around.
sounds. The inn appears to be damaged, but it is still standing. There, you could see there is a crowd of people standing around the inn.
Hmm.
There's also additional people who are sort of running towards and through the crater. Essentially, they are looking for survivors. There's a lot of tumult going on right now, so you can hear voices in all directions.
Mhm.
Let's try to fly up to a high position on top of a building or a tower or something so I can get a overlook of what's going on.
Right. And you can see that dawn is beginning to creep in and lighten the clouds a great deal. So, but give me a perception check. So you can see a lot of people, especially you can see a number of those dwarven Kundarak guards moving through this crater. At the center of the crater, perhaps 20 or 30 feet across, you see what looks like the bite, but the color is wrong. It's a very deep, almost blood red, and it seems to be expanding.
How quickly?
It's a little difficult for him to say, not super fast, like 10 feet a minute,
You need to get to the people at the
but
edge.
staring at it, it definitely appears to be some sort of cloud. It just doesn't look anything like the bite as you've ever seen it before.
What color is it?
Red.
Blood red.
Blood.
And
Um,
as you watch it, you can see streaks of light moving through it, a bright orange, almost like fire, actually, almost like a sort of lava colored lightning streaking through the cloud.
Does it follow like lightning? Is it? It's like got a fractal pattern.
Yes, yes, exactly. And these
Hmm.
streaks of orange colored lightning only seem to last a split second.
do they have the same sound to them at all?
You're they don't make a sound that you're close enough to hear.
Well,
Like
well,
it's
we need
not
to.
thunderous sound, at least.
I'll turn to the group, say we need to start getting these people out of here. To tell them to start evacuating. Now,
The question is, are they going to listen to you?
I'm just like, are there people around? Like,
Like I said, there are the people that you can easily see appear to be going into the crater. to the ruins of homes looking for survivors.
And
So there are
and
people
this
in the crater though.
and the fog is coming from where again?
It's at the
I missed
very
that part.
center of the crater.
Okay.
Is the stables been included in the area of destruction?
No, they're also on the outer edge of the area of destruction.
Um, Pebble is gonna start by running to the stables and trying to get as many horses attached to carts as possible to maybe try and help get people a means of getting to safety.
Okay. When you get to the stable, you don't see anyone there. Um, but it's not that hard to bust through the flimsy wooden door to get into the stables. And you start pulling the horses out. There are carts that have been stowed along the sides of the stable that you begin to pull up. It's slow work to do alone, but manageable.
Uh,
Um,
That's true. I don't know if Pebble knows much about how you hitch up car carts to a horse without choking the horse.
well, I rode Ziggy, and I imagine the that Lita showed me how to do some things. Maybe I'm not great at it, but
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mean to give you a hard time,
no, no,
but
no, I know.
once upon a time I had to I inadvertently I was like we were hooking up an actual like wagon to a horse and somebody had to stop me to be like you're going to choke that horse to death because you need a horse collar, you see. And I didn't know what a horse collar was.
Mm.
So that's what Pebble's doing. What are the rest of you doing?
Um, if I can, I think I would also like try to call other people to help me with it, if anybody would listen.
Um, yeah, some of them might. Give me a persuasion check to see how effective you are. So several people who just look sort of stunned and are milling about come over. You notice one of them appears to be in great pain and seems to have like a lump forming on his shoulder that appears to be growing, but he is still willing to fight through the pain to help. So you get about five people who are helping you hitch horses up to wagons.
Okay. And along the way, I'll be explaining. We got to get everyone out of here. We got to do this. You get because that's bad stuff over there. So we got to do this.
And the guy who has the lump growing says it was like a flash that there was an eye, like an enormous eye, and it blinked at me, and then I just felt this pain in my shoulder, and then the eye exploded, and everything inside just vanished. All of the houses destroyed.
Now it's awful. Are
So
you okay?
it hurts so much. And he like pulls his shirt aside, and you see it is a visible tumorous looking lump growing on his shoulder.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's about the size of an orange, but it's like pulsing like a heartbeat as it slowly gets bigger and inflates.
That's not good.
Do you can we cut this off? Emergency surgery.
So before we do that, what is everyone else doing? I wasn't sure everybody was going with Pebble.
I mean, I think what Elzen would be doing is we're here to collect details on what happened, and he would be, finding, an overturned a flat surface, overturned cart, whatever, and pulling out parchment and his quill, and like be hastily like doing sketches and like just observing, like capturing all the detail of the current experience so that he can formulate a report back to the Shepherd Hermes.
Okay. So you could most easily find a cart actually at the stables, as when people are leaving their carts somewhere, that's generally where they leave the horse and cart. So we could say you are with Bevel. What about Lee and Thaldarin?
Um, my goal would be to prevent people from going into the crater and telling them, "Hey, you need to leave the town. At least go outside the gates."
Okay, so you're moving towards the crater while they do this. And what about Lee?
I'm up on top of a building or whatever watching. So my goal is to just watch uh, the people going into the crater, seeing what they're doing, and trying to keep an eye on all of us because I don't know how they're going to react to us. And if I can uh, like look for anybody who might be observing what's going on, maybe whoever did this might be watching their test.
Okay, so give me a perception check. So you don't see anybody who appears, other than Elzin,
Right, right.
and maybe yourself, you don't see anyone who appears to just be observing. Um, you do notice that it does appear as though the airship that was knocked back a bit from its moorings appears to be sort of powering up. You can't see into the airship, so you don't necessarily know what they're doing. But they do appear to be sort of firing up the engines and, starting the elemental engine up, increasing its power. But you don't see anyone who just appears to be purely observing things. You do see there are a number of basically entire regiments of dwarves moving out of the keep down towards the crater. Although there are several of these dwarves who are already in the crater itself.
Okay.
Uh, so, Thaldarin, you run to the edge and you start to tell people not to go in and that they have to evacuate. Make me a persuasion check. Did you hear me, Tony?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Make me a persuasion check to see if people listen to you. So a few people are like, but there could be survivors inside, but you're telling them to get away. A few people don't listen, but most of them seem to turn and begin to move away. One of the dwarf pikemen looks at you and says, I know who you are, but we have bigger problems right now. It's my duty to go in there and start pulling people out because I have orders. We could use the help if you would stop driving these people away. And he
No.
walks past you and climbs down
I'm
the
like,
incline leading into
Oh,
the
hell.
crater, headed towards the red cloud in the middle.
that red cloud is dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to kill him and then he's going to blame you. Now you're
He,
screwed.
he looks he looks back at you and says, I could guess that much. But he still presses forward. But you continue directing people away. Back at the
Yeah.
stables, the guy with the growing tumor shakes his head and says, okay, you can cut it off.
Yeah, Alzen, not trained and not a trained medic, would take out his dagger, uh, and he would, maybe burn the edge in Pebble's cold fire to try to disinfect it, and then begin gently sawing,
Gently saw.
sawing the tumor.
So as you cut into this tumor, trying to slice away as much of it as possible, um, make me a dexterity save.
Yeah.
Sticking with the 12?
I'm out of action points, so
Okay. As you cut into it, almost immediately, you realize that this might have been a mistake, as you can see just ripples of fire, hot fire, begin to envelop the edges of the dagger, and then it bursts out. And you and this fellow take 11 points of damage, which knocks him to the ground unconscious as his shoulder continues to burn.
Can is can Pebble use his control flames to put it out?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Elsie, what'd you do?
I did not. I didn't. It exploded.
Pebble and Nelson, make me a perception check. So Elzen, you don't notice this so much, but Pebble, as you're using your control flames, you feel something almost squirming within the fire, like it's alive, and it fights you as you try to push it out of existence and quench all the flames. But you feel like it's almost like a worm struggling in your hands as the flames slowly go out.
Um, like a worm made of fire?
Um, so when I say worm, I mean it feels like not like you're gripping anything when you do this, but it feels like there is something moving inside the flames made of flame itself that is
Okay.
struggling against your control flames, but isn't able to stop you from putting them out.
Okay. Um, is the man's wound cauterized?
Yes,
Okay.
he doesn't appear to be bleeding. He is unconscious, however.
All right.
Yes, Alzen would try to stabilize him. If he looks
Okay,
like
make me a medicine check.
I actually am trained in medicine.
oh, then
You're,
definitely
then you watch as Elson starts giving him CPR and screaming "live" and slamming on his chest.
No, don't do that. Um, can I try and stabilize him?
Yes. So you are able to stabilize
Okay. All right. Elsie,
him.
you keep trying to help this guy. I'm gonna get the horses so that we can get everybody out of here.
very, will do. It's
Uh,
okay. You are cauterized and unconscious.
I like to imagine that Elson's like, "You've never given up on anything. I assume. I don't really know you." So you put the guy into one of the carts that you've hooked up. You notice a lot of the people who are helping you hook up the carts, they leap into the driver's seat. Several of them pile into the carts, and they start headed for the palisade to leave the village.
Okay,
How
good.
far away is the airship?
From where you are, it is probably about 200 feet.
All right. I will double time it there.
Okay. So you fly in the direction of the airship. As you get close, you can see into the pilot station, the bridge of the airship, and you see there are two half elves in there who look to be somewhat panicked, but still appear to be focused on their jobs, whatever that might be. They don't seem to be paying attention to you.
Okay. Is it open? Is it like a ship that just happens to fly, or is it closed?
So there is a deck. It is a little bit like a boat. It's not shaped entirely like a boat, but there is an open deck. And there's the remains of what was once a bridge that extended from the mooring position in the tower to the deck. But there is a flat deck, and then you can see a series of doors that lead to the interior of the airship.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to get the pilot's attention, you could fly up to the windows, but the windows do appear to have some sort of transparent material in them. Probably glass, but you don't know. Could be glass, crystal.
Uh, so do I know how fast these airships move, like once they take off?
They're extremely fast. They're like lightning rail levels fast.
Okay, well that's dangerous. But is it like 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds or something?
You're not sure what their acceleration is, but you would imagine they can go like at least 50, 60 miles an hour.
Okay. I'll land on the deck and just bang on the door that looks like it goes to the cabin.
So you land on the deck. You find that the door leading to the interior isn't locked, but it doesn't open up directly onto the bridge. There are a lot of different levels and rooms in this airship,
Hmm.
but you land near the one that would be definitely nearest to the bridge,
Okay.
and it's on the same level as the bridge. And there is a long hallway with many doors in front of you. Running down the length of the hallway, you come to a room that is marked as bridge,
I
and
just go in.
that door is locked.
I bang on it. What the hell's going on out here?
So you hear that there is definitely a commotion inside, and the two pilots are yelling at one another. Um, but they don't seem to be paying. Well, make me a persuasion check. Maybe you can get their attention.
Persuasion. I'm very persuasive.
Uh,
I
yes.
critically persuade
So
All
moments after you start banging on the door, you hear a lock flip and the door opens, and one of the half elves in there says, "What are you doing? We need to get as many people out of the keep and get away from here as we can."
What happened?
We don't know. There was some sort of explosion, probably related to Dekundarak's tests, but it happened in the village itself, in one of the poorer parts of the village at that. It erupted out of nowhere. We don't know the details, but we're sure that we're going to have to evacuate all of the Aurum members.
Where is the Kundarak? Is that what his name was?
Yeah, she's somewhere in the keep, we assume. And then you hear one of the half elves say, "No, she's not." And he seems to
Where
be looking out the front window.
where okay. So where is she?
And he points down to the ground. Walking up to the window, you can see Dekundarak is moving towards the crater with her guards, with her dwarven people, the pikemen.
We've never met her, right?
No, you've met her. She's the one who told them to seize you and put you in jail.
Oh, okay, that one. Okay.
She's
Yeah,
the one
that
with
bitch.
Oh,
the fake
okay.
leg.
Yeah. I didn't. The name wasn't ringing a bell. Okay. I said,
But
where is this
watching her,
headed?
you could see she seems to be moving with her guards down towards the crater.
Okay. And how are the people getting onto the airship if are they just like a
So
rope or something?
right now they can't. You, like I said, when you got on, there was the remains of a bridge that formerly led to a mooring station in the tower of the keep, but the bridge itself was broken down when the ship got blown back by the blast. So that bridge is essentially ruined. How these half elves intend to get people out of the keep, you're not sure. Maybe there's like another bridge somewhere, but it looked like that was like a more or less a fixed kind of gangplank with rails on the side of it. So you're not sure how they intend to get people into the airship at the moment. And they might not have thought of it either, as
Right.
they might
That's,
not even be aware that the mooring bridge
do you
is
have
out
a
of
rope
commission.
ladder?
No. We can fly the airship directly up to the dock and try to minimize the distance people have to make it. Maybe we can find planks and extend them across.
Okay, can I see the dock from where they are? Where they are? Is it how far away is it?
They were only the airship was only blown back about 10 feet, but that was enough to break the bridge between the airship and the mooring platform.
Where are you headed?
I don't know. I have no idea where to take these people. Away from here is all I'm sure of. And one of the pilots sits down and says, "The engines are ready." And he slides a control forward, and you feel the airship begin to gently drift forward
Okay.
as he watches the panels in front of him. And he looks back and says, "Oh, it should be lined up now. Try to find a way to get people across from the mooring platform onto the deck."
I'm gonna
The
go
other,
out and yeah, I'm gonna go
uh,
out and try to help him.
so actually, the other pilot doesn't leave himself. He moves over to a device on the wall and barks into the device on the wall. "We need all hands on deck. We need to get some sort of temporary bridge in place between the mooring platform and the ship. We need to get people out of the keep so that we can get away from here." And you begin to see a few of the doors in the hallway behind you begin to open, and people, mostly half elves, but not all, begin to poke their heads out, and the place becomes a lot busier with activity than it was before.
Okay. Um, because I was gonna fly over to the dock and see if I could help them, but if they've got enough people, and it's kind of a waste of time.
Especially if you go back out onto the deck, you'll see a lot of people seem to be on the deck now. And you see
Okay.
they do seem to be building a temporary bridge, and several people have appeared on the mooring platform that they're helping across.
Okay. I just tell everybody that the person that you named that I can't remember is headed towards the pit with an entourage.
Uh, so yeah, you would notice there's a mix of reactions to that. Some of them are just shocked that Deleuze isn't getting on the airship. Um, some of them, some of them are probably more shocked than others, I guess. Some of them think that that's, very much like her,
Well, I'm
that
going to
she
tell
would,
my group
right.
since they can hear me.
So
Uh,
back to Thaldarin. You've directed some of the people away. There are still people in the crater, and now that you're close up to it, you can see that red cloud, and you realize it looks like it's filled with embers in addition to this uh, lava colored lightning shooting through it. Most of the people you're talking to seem as though they're heeding your warning and being diverted away. You haven't seen anyone pulled out of the crater who looks like they were in it when the blast hit.
Right. Um, do I see any signs of this caravan of people?
In the distance, you can see that there are people moving towards the gate from the stables. You can also see that in the little merchant camp inside the palisade, a bunch of people are trying to sort of pack things up as quickly as they can. And then in the
And
distance, in the crater, you see someone is walking out holding the charred remains of a body that's still smoking as they walk.
hmm. The Kundarak?
You can see she's still kind of far away from where you are, but she is approaching the crater.
Guys, so she's not in it yet. How easy is it to get into the crater?
It's, anybody could get into it. There's no trick to it. It's not even all that steep at the part you're at. It only gets shallower. So it's just a matter of walking into it.
Okay. Peculiar, but all right. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna kind of get closer to it, I guess.
So you get to the edge of the crater. There's a little bit of a lip, but nothing like it's not exactly like a bomb going off. It's more like once upon a time there was a sphere here, and now there isn't.
Okay.
So it's like a bowl in the ground. At the center, you could see there is another like secondary lip where the cloud sits and is expanding out of.
Um, are there any obvious like standing structures within this crater?
Within the crater, I mean, you saw this portion of the village before, so you vaguely remember how many and where the houses were. All of them have been completely demolished. It is just rubble. And in the distance, you hear a dwarf scream coming from the direction of the red cloud.
Then that doesn't sound good.
Um, hmm, well, eh, so the people, are there anybody that's going into the cloud then?
So it's still a fair distance away from where you are. You know, the dwarf that you saw, the one pikeman was headed in that direction. You could see the tiny figures of people who must be near the edge of the cloud, possibly right upon it. And occasionally you see one of them sort of vanishes in a little puff of flame,
Of
and
course.
you hear a distant scream. As you
Yeah.
stand there, you hear a familiar voice behind you, the voice of Lita, who you met briefly.
Okay.
You're you're with my friends, aren't you? Why are you here? You were locked up. You're free, obviously. You should get out of here while the getting's good. You have somewhere to be, I'm sure.
Trying to help people get out, or at least tell them to get out of here.
Make me a persuasion check. I know you're not trying to persuade her necessarily, but you and your friends should get out of here too. I suppose I should get out of here as well.
It would be the safest route. Me and my friends, we will leave soon. But before that, we must try and get some of these people out of here.
She thinks for a second and grabs you and says, "Listen, I'm a friend and you need to go. And if anyone asks what happened, I can't really answer that, but I can tell you this much. That little cloud that's expanding is probably going to be here for a while, and it is a tiny pocket of Fernia growing in our world." And she turns and walks off in the other direction.
Um, I'll start going. I'm just gonna start going to these houses that are closer to the crater. Just try and tell everybody to leave. Like, if there's anybody in them, just try and you know knock. Hey, you get you know.
It does appear as though the people who are in these houses are out of them. Some of them probably ran towards the crater to try to save their neighbors. Many of them have already moved away. It doesn't seem as though anybody is hunkering down in the houses, though.
All right.
You continue to direct people away from the crater and just letting them know that it's not worth going in.
Is the inn survive?
The inn has
That was
survived.
it was damaged, you said, right?
Right.
I'm gonna move in that direction, and people, if I happen to see somebody, I'll just let them know, hey, you got to leave town.
Okay. So you start moving in the direction of the inn. Back to Pebble and Elzen. What are you doing now? At this point, you've got most of the horses free, and there are uh, probably more horses than wagons. But you've got all the wagons that you're going to be able to get hitched up.
Okay. At that point, I'll look for Ziggy, and then I will start riding Ziggy across the town to try and
So Ziggy was at the keep as you took Ziggy before, and then you rode directly for the keep. And there's a separate stable inside the keep where you put your carts and many, like 2 weeks worth of feed and a bunch of other things before you all got arrested.
well, Ziggy is more of a vibe than a name,
That's
so
that's fair. That Pebble can't really tell these horses apart. It's Ziggy and another Ziggy and a third Ziggy.
Ziggy Jr.
So
But
you
he,
find Ziggy.
yeah, and then
That's a
he'd
Clydesdale Ziggy.
and then he'd try to round up as many villagers as possible and direct them to the stables and try to and anybody that looks like they might be needing help or stuck or injured or whatever, I probably would try to do his best to help that.
Okay. Elzin, you're still recording events.
Yeah, he would be recording events. But with the Kundarak coming, he would, or after Lee would warn us, he would kind of set that down and says, "We need to get out of here. We at least need to stay away from the Kundarak. She she will not be happy to see us outside of her prison."
So what's Lee doing?
So they're setting up some
They're setting up a
like temporary,
makeshift bridge
yeah,
to
to
get
get people
people
out
from yeah,
the keep.
right,
So looks like they're evacuating the keep.
right.
Okay, I am going to fly over to the dock side where people are coming out of the keep and head into the keep and just say, time to evacuate. But my other goal is to just check to see, uh, you know, anything out of the ordinary? If there's like a room that looks like it has research or something, or somebody who doesn't seem like they're making their way out, or
Um, Make me an investigation check.
yes, investigation with the chaos and everything.
Right. So also the keep is big. It is
Right.
not a small place, and you're not sure where the
Hmm.
researchers would be. The areas that you found like nearest to the dock appear to mostly be really well appointed rooms. The keep has definitely held up. Like you don't see any structural damage. And just looking in the rooms, you wouldn't necessarily know anything was amiss at all if it weren't for the sound of everybody running and people crying in the hallways. But you don't notice anyone who seems to be tarrying, and nothing that looks like it's research.
Okay.
You do see Cargill, the gnome you met before, who seems to be moving towards the dock.
Okay. I'll try to stop him and ask him what happened.
I don't know. Apparently, there was some sort of incident. I mean, you hear things, but I don't have any facts that I can relay.
Well, like what? I'll take speculation at this point.
So, again, this might just be rumor, but I heard from someone else that Dekundarak thinks that some criminal in town set off some sort of explosive by accident. I was told Dekundarak said something about messing with things she didn't understand. But from what I can see outside, it doesn't look like a classic explosion, though there may have been some sort of magical emanation, perhaps a blast of force or some sort of disintegration energy that passed through the town, though that wouldn't have left as much rubble as I could see from the window in my room. I don't know how to explain it just yet.
Where's the airship gonna go?
I don't know, but I'm sure away from here, which is my current goal. If there was one magical emanation, there could be more. Aftershocks, if you will. And if
Ugh.
it's like some of the other phenomenon I heard about, they tend to make magic a little unstable in the area. So within the crater, there could be other problems, and who knows what forms those might take.
Who was the person we ran into that we brought here to Black Pit?
That was Lita. That's
Lita.
who talked to Thaldarin.
Okay, okay. So we're all right. We already talked to her.
I haven't had a chance yet to convey her message, but I imagine
It's
there.
yeah.
I imagine there would have been like a moment where I would have had free time. There's not a person necessarily that I need to warn to leave or whatever. I can say your friend Leah says it's a pocket of Fernia down there in the crater. Just so you know.
I'm gonna say where are the rest of the researchers? I'm
Don't
gonna
know.
ask him this.
Uh,
I'm gonna ask
Oh, yeah.
this
yeah,
dude.
Cargill says some of them were running towards the airship. Some of them went to collect their things, things that they won't be able to replace, but I think they're all going to go to the airship.
Which direction is that? Which direction are they? I want to make sure they get out.
They would be probably down in this research sublevel. I don't know that you'll be able to get in.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want
I'm
me to
gonna
take
con
you there?
yes.
So he leads you, you're fighting your way through the crowds of people, most of whom look to be pretty wealthy, just from the general look of them. Not all of them. A lot of them appear to be perhaps like servants, but they're all making their way in the direction of the airship to the point where you're not sure they're all going to fit on that airship. Who
Probably not.
knows what the capacity of the airship is,
Right.
but it's a lot more people than you would imagine rode that airship on the way in. But he leads you on a very circuitous path through this keep, down several levels until eventually you're below ground level. And he walks up to a door and places his palm flat against the door, and you hear a click. There's no doorknob on this door, but it opens up when he touches it.
Okay.
And he leads you inside. Inside, there are it's a series of laboratories, all sort of isolated from one another. And Cargill says, "This is the research wing. I don't know necessarily which rooms would have people in them, as I don't know who went where. We all have our own separate labs. As I think I said before, we're not really supposed to interact directly. Never talk about our research to one another if we can avoid it."
Okay. Well, help me get the rest of the researchers out.
So the two of you begin to go room to room. Cargill can open the doors. You find they're all sort of similarly magically locked.
Yeah.
So when you try the doors, there's no door knob on them. So I assume eventually you just wind up following Cargill.
Yeah.
And so you begin, essentially, you realize, you recognize from what you saw Elzen do, all of these doors are essentially arcane locked, and they're just keyed to work for the individual research staff. But you go room to room and do encounter a few researchers that you tell to get out of there. There don't seem to be that many. Probably most of them are fleeing.
Okay. Did the people I encountered, do they seem like, oh, okay, I need to leave, or they hesitant, or I had no idea
Uh,
what was going on.
right. They all seem to know what's going on at this point. For the most part, some of them tarry a bit so that they can finish packing up whatever they were taking. But they all understand that there's some gravity to the situation.
Okay.
So, Thaldarin, you make your way to the inn.
Okay, cool.
You see, there are some people who appear to be minorly injured. There don't seem to be any grievous injuries that you can see, but they are hanging around. A bunch of other people have clearly started to make their way towards the main palisade gate of the village,
Right.
and a lot of them have made their way over to the stables. But some of them seem to the ones who are sort of injured and a few people tending to them do still seem to be around.
Um,
A few of them you probably would vaguely recognize, but nobody who stands out.
uh, I guess whoever might be, whoever appears to be sort of in charge of the relief effort, I guess, if there is such a person, someone who vaguely seems to be in control.
So you're not sure you see that person. There is one of the people who's helping to tend to the injured, appears to be bossing people around a little bit, with hit or miss results as to whether or not they're listening to her. You think you recognize her as one of the serving women who was in the bar.
Okay.
And she
Um,
sees you and says, "You, I need you to help move these people towards the stables. Apparently, they're organizing some sort of cart caravan to get the wounded out."
I know who's there now. Do we have something to help carry any of these people? More than one person at a time?
I'm afraid we don't. We just have to carry them there, and then the carts will carry them away. You could run to the stables and get them to bring the carts here, but they're probably injured at other buildings as well.
Agreed. Well, any person with any with a functioning body who you could spare. Perhaps they should come with me. That way we can make sure more hands on we have to take care of that, the better.
So she barks at an elven woman and tells her to go with you. The elven woman comes over and says, "Let's go."
All right. Try and keep up.
So she follows you. She seems vaguely athletic, maybe not quite as athletic as you.
I can always like hold her hand or something, drag her along.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't like that, but she's following you. She's keeping up.
Okay. I can imagine we'll find Pebble and
You know,
Elsinger's there too, right?
as you run, this woman asks, "Do you know what happened?" The whole
Not
building
specifically.
shook. The windows cracked, but it wasn't clear. There was a flash of some sort that I saw through my window.
I don't know all the details. The report from someone I think we can trust does she indicated that it's a pocket of Fernia. It's definitely not going to be safe.
Pocket of Fernia. What does that even mean? Fernia is a plane. It's in the sky.
I think it might be a little bit more than that now.
Well, it doesn't matter right now, I guess. Let's go. And you make your way to the stables, and there you do see Pebble.
Well, I mean, we'll just start hitching up some more horses. We got injured at the inn, so we need to go get them.
And then we should head out of here. The Kundarak is nearby.
Headed towards the cloud.
That's what I heard.
Well, I mean, she's strong enough to withstand the heat of Fernia, but it's not going to be fun.
I mean, we should
The
just get out of here.
the town's big enough. It's still dark. I think we have some time before she sees us. I've
Actually,
already
I said when you got here, dawn basically cracked as you arrived here.
okay.
So it is increasingly light out.
Gotcha.
That's how you've been able to sort of see. It's not that dark anymore.
That's fair. I I already encountered one of the guards. They know that there's something bigger going on.
Yes, I do not expect our friend to hold the same view,
You know, I
especially if
think
they'll be looking for someone to blame.
something tells me the rooks weren't very successful in their examination of that orb. We may have we may have been sent back here to be the cause of this incident. Put that in your report.
Oh,
And I'll like continue to saddle up these horses and shit.
At that point, Pebble comes in on Ziggy and he says, "Hey, Dowdy! Hey, Elsie, what's up? I got all these people." And there are some people that are coming with him. Um, so so we got a lot of people in these carts, and things are looking okay. How are things going with you two?
Got more people at the inn injured.
Oh, okay.
So if any of these people can walk, they should walk.
All right, I'm gonna go to the end and try to get some people out.
The elven woman you're with says you should take a cart. Several of them can't walk.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Pebble will try and get a cart and bring it over to the inn.
So you take one of the carts over. The serving woman that Daldarin met before begins to order people to load the ones who can't walk onto the cart, uh, essentially triaging them. But you're able to load them all up, and the rest of the people at the inn start to make the ones who can move on their own, begin to make their way out of Black Pit. So after another half an hour, you believe you've helped as many people as you think you can. There are still people in the crater itself. What they're doing, you're not sure, as they're below eye level from where you are. Lee, do you do anything or do you make your way to the stable?
Um, yeah, once I mean, in the research area, I'm just looking for anything that stands out that I noticed before, like the glass orb type things or any drawings or just, I mean, I really don't have a whole lot of time to look, but I'm just kind of scanning for something that might be of interest. I mean, it's kind of like a needle in a haystack almost.
Right. So there are definitely like lots of books and paperwork. What's
Mhm.
important, like a lot of it's a little bit like the research notes you already read. They're filled with math and they're a little
Yeah.
difficult to understand. But two things. One, make me, we really need a luck stat in D&D.
Yeah,
That would,
absolutely.
that would
That's
be
a great
super
mechanic.
helpful right now. But first, make me an investigation check with disadvantage.
Okay.
So looking around as fast as you can, you're not sure that you
Yeah.
see anything that looks super useful. Um, like you're looking around for anything similar to the orbs you already found. And while there are a few like crystal spheres that you find, or at least you assume they're crystal, there's nothing inside them in the way you saw. It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily seem to be complete. You do find like a heart-shaped, it's actually sort of circular and globular, and it appears as though it fits together in pieces, but it looks like it's a shell that maybe fits around those spheres. And there are a series of runes carved into them. Most of them, though, don't appear to necessarily be magical as far as you can tell. But you could take one of those. They're all quite large. Like the smallest of them you can find weighs about 15 pounds, but they're not, it's not uncarryable. And it's a little unwieldy because they're like yay big. But you could take one of those.
No, I'm not gonna grab that. I still got what's this guy's name? Cargill?
Yeah,
I still got him. I'm not letting him leave my site because he can get in and out of the building and he knows where he's going. So
right.
once we've sufficiently figured out, like everybody's gone, I'm gonna say, is there anything down here you need to grab? Because I don't think you're getting on that airship. You saw the people going, like trying to get on there. There's no way everybody's gonna make it.
That's an astute observation. I should probably try to make my way out on foot.
Right.
I,
There should be I have a notion that in the front there's probably a cart and a horse already there. Just, it may happen to be there. The one that we
what ab-
brought.
Ziggy.
Yeah.
what about Lita? I was expecting to find her down here, but we haven't found her. I didn't see her in the
Uh
hallway making her way to the airship.
well, I can check on her. We'll figure out where she is.
I did say that she told me what's going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
one of my friends has seen her, so she's okay.
So also roll me a D100. That's pretty good. What's your charisma modifier?
+1.
So you do take like a couple of sets of research notes. You're not sure from looking at them if they're valuable or not, or if they're insightful or not. But, they appear to be sort of as complicated as the notes from Abelard that you've seen.
Right.
So you stow those.
Okay. And then I'm
Eventually,
gonna.
Cargill says, "That's the last of the labs. I don't see anybody else down here."
Okay, let's make our way out to the wherever that cart and the horse are. I don't know,
Yeah.
like the
So,
front.
yeah, it was near there's, you're not sure if there's a back entrance, but there's definitely like a large front gate. And there was like a main entrance hall, and then there was a side set of stables, and that's where they took your carts and horses.
Okay.
Opening that up, you could see a lot of the horses appear to be gone. If the stables were full, at least there's definitely a lot
Right.
gone. But you still see your cart and your horses are here, including the real Ziggy,
Right. The real Ziggy. I was like, so
who
yeah, tell
doesn't
Cargilla.
know that he's being cheated on with another horse.
I said, all right. Uh,
So Cargo climbs into the back of the cart.
oh shit. I
It's not
was gonna
hooked
say,
up.
hey, huh?
It's not hooked up to anything, but he's in the back of the cart.
Do you know how to ride? Do you know how to drive one of these things?
Oh no.
Shit. I look around frantically, see if anybody else knows how to hook one of these things up.
There are a few people sort of straggling out. None of them appear to be like the caretakers for these horses. You don't see any of the guards who might have some more proficiency with these carriages.
Yeah, I don't know how well Lee would know how to do that.
I mean, as with Pebble, you've seen a cart hooked up before,
Right.
so you could try to animal handling your way through this.
Yeah, let's go for it. Animal handling. 10.
So you're able to hook the horse up to the cart. And as you're pulling out, you realize you probably didn't do this exactly correctly, as the horse is stopping periodically, despite your efforts to urge it forward. And you,
Yeah.
you imagine the horse is in some discomfort, and that's the problem. But it's
Mm,
moving. It's just not moving at full speed. It's moving at about 20 feet per round instead of 40.
okay. I'm gonna say I've
That's the
got our
one that was
horse and
hobbled.
cart. No, I'm choking it probably.
Yeah, I mean you're with a 10. You've picked the horse
Yeah.
that was hobbled.
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Well, the injured horse has to get out too. And I make sure the stables are open so any of the other horses can get out.
Okay. So the horses begin to move freely. They don't immediately bolt. They don't necessarily know there's anything going on, so they're not panicky. But you drive this carriage and horse down to the stables.
Okay.
If Pebble were here, he would put this hobbled horse in a cart to help him get out. But
I
you
would.
you all join up again back at the stables.
Does the airship look packed, like people hanging off the side and everything?
Yes, the airship, once you clear the keep, you realize the airship is pulling away. You can see there are a bunch of people on deck, like an unsafe number of people, to the point where they are like pushed up against the railing at the edge of the deck, which might be fine if there weren't a crowd of people on the interior of the deck pushing against them. But you don't notice while you're watching anyone like fall. So
Okay.
that's good. It is slowly making its way away. They're not accelerating at full speed.
Lucky them.
Yeah,
But
so we're all
you,
back at the.
yeah, you reconvene at the stables.
Let's get the rest of these people out of here.
So making your way to the main gate, you do notice there's been some carnage at the main gate as some people who've like tripped and fallen wound up getting trampled by other people behind them who didn't feel the need to stop. Several of them are dead, but some of them who are just injured, you're able to help up into your carts and you escape Black Pit. And that's where we can wrap it up. And welcome to level 4.
All right.
Feet time.
Sweet. That was fun. Thanks for running.
So you survived the Night of Long Knives and found out what that was. Maybe not all the details of it.
Yeah.
How do we do hit points again?
Max hit points, that's all.
Okay.
So what do people think?
It's a good thing we had that